Wow. I reply to this post saying live now. And look at various discords and decide if I want to signal there. That looks fine. I go over to here. I do a similar thing. Sorry, to do one more thing. Oh, that's fascinating. Computers are fascinating creations. I'm not gonna get into what I mean because it would involve inside baseball shit about LaTeX and command line stuff that is not particularly relevant to the stream, and also not something I want to be still spending my time on after dabbling in this. Just put that there, put you back. Weh! The bark of the hour has arrived. Hi, Aurora. I love you. I can't remember if I actually fixed this last stream or not, but in the course of starting the stream up, I realized my buttons were not bound correctly, and I picked a different community layout than I had before, and now my control stick does work, which is nice. Because I, by default, when I'm playing Control, I always am by default going there, even for a game like this that's, you know, nominally 2D and nominally not that affected by having an 8-gated control pad. Alright. Right, I was trying to think of what I was doing for the stream, and I remembered what I called the stream, which is Deep Nest. Or I called it Arachnophobia Warning, and what I meant was, I'm doing the Deep Nest today. So I might, you know, if I find other shit to do on the way, I might mess with that, but... Ow. Rude to me. I might do other stuff if I find it on the way, but my plan currently is just to do the Deep Nest. Until there's no more Deep Nest to do. Which I don't remember how long that takes, I don't remember how difficult that is. I remember the Deep Nest being, like, unpleasant as its, like, chief thing, but I don't necessarily remember if it was difficult, or if so, in which ways it was difficult, and if that's likely to, you know, be a huge... not time sink, that's not the word I want. Like, if that's... Good job, man. I don't know if it's going to be like a whole stream thing or like a rapid and need to do something else type of thing, but I guess we'll all find out together. We also have to learn how to play the video game, apparently, so I have already forgotten things. Oh, that's fine. Better to learn here than in the Spider Zone. At the very end of last year, I think when most people had signed off, I did the Spirit Warrior and the Spirit Guardian fight. So that's knocked out of the way. I definitely had a lot more trouble with the Spirit Guardian the first time than I did this time. This time I was wise to most of his tricks. It was not, you know, an easy, flawless fight still, but it was not a multiple attempts type fight either. Oh, that's not true. It wasn't. It was not like a, you know, dozens of attempts all night type fight. Is what I meant. Oh, god damn it. I'm learning. It's slow, but I am learning. Okay, I thought I was gonna land right back on the spikes. You've got how much extra height you can get out of this jump if you just hold the button the whole way. Like, the jumps in this I would not characterize as... Well, I guess I would characterize them as floaty, but only, like, floaty on demand, really. Like, this... If all the jumps were like this, I would not call it floaty, but because you can do this if you want. Just by holding it out, I guess, in that sense it is. And again, having been playing Rayman and, you know, continuing to play Rayman for at least one more stream, I will have to be able to detangle my mind from that framework to this one once a week. Which, you know, that's fine. I'll live if I have to do that. What is the fastest way down there? Because I don't think I have a station for the mantises yet. Okay, I have a screenshot button. That's not really what I wanted. Sure. This doesn't seem to have bound the... other map. Oh no, it's here. I see. Okay. I personally would not have put it on the right control stick. Actually, I guess I can fix that if I want, can I? I have the power, as it said. It is convenient to have a screenshot button on demand, I guess, but I'm also just so used to doing the keyboard shortcut that I feel like nothing's really gained there. Oh, it's just I see. Let's go here and say you are now you. Okay. Oh, right. I didn't actually learn the answer to my question. Oh, so Queen Station is absolutely closer. Good to know. Let's just do that then. I couldn't remember where Queen Station was relative to other stuff. I'm wondering how many upgrades I still have to work on earning, rather. Because not only do I have a great number more mask and spirit vessel upgrades to earn, I also have the... Well, yeah, I got my first sword upgrade, and the guy said, oh, you need to get pale ore to upgrade it more, and I was like, okay, sure, that makes sense. And then I checked the wiki, and it's like, oh, you need 1, 2, and then 3 to get those remaining upgrades. And it's like, oh, right, yes, I remember this now. Remember that being a whole to-do, because you're working on that the whole game. Also, I should... Well, I guess the next time I have a bench, which I guess I could just go back for, but won't, I should put back on the collection, like an exploring kit of upgrades, because I don't need the extra damage right now, or whatever I have equipped. Oh, right, that's what this guy's do. Oh, overshot. I look forward to having my fully upgraded health and magic bar and weapon in the fullness of time. Oh, actually, while I'm in my inventory, come to think of it, I want to look at some journal entries just for world flavor. Damn, I hate to be called mistake. Oh, I wonder where you find the other... Huh. They should make a sequel to this game. I still have faith they will. People get... There are too many layers of meta shit over, the sequel to this game at this point, and I kind of just get frustrated when I think about that generally, but I remain excited about Silksong when it is real and my friend. I'm excited for it to be real and my friend and in my Steam library and launchable, which is the only kind of real I am concerned with at this point with that game. This way, yes. I guess I'm doing to kill more of those guys for journal completion, which I don't think... Maybe journal completion does count in total completion, I can't remember, but... Is, I guess, something I, in theory, need to worry about and should work on as I go. Well, I guess I've said that, but I'm remembering one of the implications of saying that is instead of ignoring those really dangerous explosive guys, I do need to be killing them. One of the things I saw in the Hollow Network, when I was checking it earlier, is that it is, in fact, or one of the things people call it when you do the pogoing thing on enemies is, in fact, pogoing. And that it gets into, it can actually get you into some places early, which I did not realize, and possibly I've already done, I don't know. I don't remember what places I've gotten into with that technique, and if there are places I couldn't have gotten to earlier. And I was reminded once again of the Path of Pain, which I'm excited to do in the future. By excited, I mean dreading, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, I'm still confused. I know, have strong memory of doing the platforming in God Home generally. I just cannot remember if I did that path specifically. And it's both plausible that I did and plausible that I did not. And I guess we won't know until I do it again and go, fuck, I remember this or not. The thing was on the wiki to see broadly was like, what's missable? And the answer I got was basically nothing / not much. Like, there's like some side quests you can like kind of miss, but like for the most part, no. And I didn't, in fact, leave Zote to his death, which would have locked me out of some stuff. So that's nice. At some point, I will have to do another run where I do, in fact, leave Zote to his death just for the achievement, but we'll deal with that later. And possibly not even on a stream. I don't know. I might just do that on my own, but we'll see. We'll see how we've gotten to that point. I was trying to think if I end up doing like wanting to do a Steel Heart or Steel Soul / Steel Heart run. I'm not sure if I want to try that immediately or whether I want to just like say I'm gonna do that eventually and then like leave it for a new stream, not series, but like session, I guess. Like coming back to it specifically to do that. So I think that would be nice. Just like, take a break, play other games, and then come back and be like, okay, we're doing Hollow Knight's Steel Soul for this go. But again, just we'll see. We'll see how I feel getting through this base 113% completion again, and where it leaves me. I still need to go find the bank again, don't I guess there's no real hurry for it, provided I have other things to spend money on, but I just don't want to forget about it and have to go back to do it later in the game. Does the sound fine? I think I might actually be getting full audio even through my headset, which is a major worry. It might just be my speakers that are mono right now, which maybe even would imply that it's a problem with them and not the audio jack. So I honestly still need to look into that shit more, but it at least seems fine on my end. And the audio seems to be stereo and not mono, but it's hard to really tell without testing it, which I've not done. Jerk. am checking a different thing real quick. I can make it a bit quieter compared to me once I figure out where my mouse is. This also is an area with a lot of just loud background noise, so... I remember this being a really stressful area the first go around, not just because of the aesthetics, which are, you know, successfully spooky, but also just because there's a lot of the fights where I was just, you know, taking a ton of hits, and leaving me at low health for, like, long stretches of it. And I remember being very, very excited when I finally got to a bench in here. I'm gonna be excited again when I get to a bench, because, like, I'm not doing terribly, but I am taking more hits than I would like. And I actually do have a decent amount of gems, I realize, so... I'm not sure if I have anything open to spend them on, honestly, but I am feeling the soul's fear of, please let me find a bonfire. Help. Right, having to repair, like, my speaker wire is not that much more exciting of a thought than having to replace the audio jack on the PC, though I guess it at least does reframe the problem. I guess it's also possible... One second. I wasn't going to do a full, like, inspection midstream, but the way my speaker, the way my subwoofer is set up for my desktop, and the way the cables are pointed into it, it's really easy to stand up and, like, take a quick look at that, so I just wanted to glance at it and see if there's, like, any obvious problem, like, oh, some cables just came loose, but no. I love you too, Deep Mass. Jesus. I think there's, like, nothing else in there, too. Yeah, it could just be the cables. Like, they're under tension sometimes. Like, I have kind of a mess. I've tried to kind of, like, keep them separate from the mess of cables behind my PC, and, like, I've only partially succeeded at doing that. So, like, they're sometimes, like, under more tension than they should be. I could totally believe just something has come undone there, but it's going to need more inspection to be sure. That seems fine. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about there. So would I ask the chat if you would fuck your clone or not? Or are you from an alternate timeline or not? Mail in at your leisure. Well, I guess because it's Hollow Knight, would you fight your clone is maybe the more important question. Probably shouldn't have gone this way first, considering I still need that bench, but... But maybe it was fine, actually. Okay. Good. Well, I know you're a woman of, fuck, what's the thing I'm trying to quote? I want to say character, but that's not the word. A woman of culture. There we go. You understand the appeal of both fighting and fucking yourself. I need to die to one of the big guys at some point to search in the journal. Well, we'll deal with that later. I see. I feel the Deep Mist map is also just fucking useless too because of this shit. It's like, yeah, it's a bunch of empty box rooms. Neat. I think if I find a, or when I manage to find a tram station, I will actually go sink some Geo into something. Yeah, Of Taste would have also worked. Oh, right! That's how you get it. I forgot that. That's cool. So you can just find a dead one for that general credit. This game might be good. Controversial opinion once again. Right. I forgot what that's guarding specifically, but I do remember you need shade dash to get through it. Which I suppose we will return with eventually, once I remember where it is and go get it. I'm not actually sure how much active spiders... I guess the wall crawlers are spiders, but I can't remember how much Deep Nest is actually spiders and how much it's just terrifying in other ways. Because it certainly is a lot of just terrifying in other ways, without being actively bugged. I mean, it's all actively bugs. This is a game about bugs. But there's bugs that are trying to be scary and bugs that are not trying to be scary. And Deep Nest has the kind of bugs that are trying to be scary. Heard you all like pogoing. Fuck. Sweet. Nice. Oh, right, that's what... God, I always... I mean... To go from things I like about this game to go to other things I like about this game, the way they do the spirit vessels is just like filling up little sub-vessels beneath the main one is neat. It's a cool way to do it. I guess I'm just, like, I don't know, in any kind of like Souls game like this, you're always going to be able to, you know, play it with just the base weapons if you want, if you're good enough. But I think that's a kind of neat way to like make it like almost like visually approved of in the game. Like you have the the most important soul container from the start of the game. It's just a matter of getting extra ones to add on top, and like the UI communicates that, which is neat. The game is still too loud. I have to tab out of the window every time to get it to work. Actually, also part of the problem is I think the mic needs to be gained up a bit, which I'm currently doing as I talk. So I'll keep that down there, but I could be a little bit louder. I think I might have also been looking at the OBS screen instead of this screen for some of that platforming. Why I did that, I couldn't tell you. My brain works in strange and wonderful ways sometimes. Which I guess means doing it with like slight delay, presumably, though I've never like observed and like marked the amount of delay my setup gives me, but... Okay, so what path did I miss over there, then? Oh, do I now have a map for this area? Oh, I do have a map. Okay, thanks, game. Nope, still can't. Oh, right. Is that just blocking the tram then? Okay. Hello, friend. Are you a geosync? No. Well, I look forward to having the thing that grants you access to this. I think it gets you out to like the wastes or whatever, like that big like open area like far to the east of Hollow Nest. Which I remember going to. I just also of the things I don't remember their point in the progression, that is maybe chief among them. Of like, I remember that whole area. I remember going there and like thinking it was neat. I don't remember when I go there, or I guess when I'm able to go there, given that there's a little bit of flexibility in the routing in this game. So I want to go to the left of this area now. Yeah, fair enough. Speaking of things that are terrifying. I guess there's also the spiders in the foreground here. I hadn't remembered that. Like, I put Arachnophobia warning, like, not fully as a tongue-in-cheek thing. I put it sincerely in case people wanted to know in advance as best I could that, hey, I'm doing the spider part, but... I'm most excited to kind of bask in the... That's someone who dislikes spiders, but is not, like, actively arachnophobic. I like to... I am content being like, hey, I hate this area, and I understand that's the point, is that I should hate it. That it should be really fucking scary for little bug to be here. Like, there's a reason the mantises maintain a fucking, like, war front against this place. See. I see. I'll be back for you, little friend. My favorite dipshit has returned. Is that actually doing something, or is that just for funsies? It would imply there's a passage up there somewhere. I just don't know how to get into it. Stop teasing me. One second. Hold that thought. Hey, buddy. Fair enough, Claw. failed tramway is such an evocative phrase. Especially when you haven't even seen it yet and just know that it's in the deep nest. It's like, fuck. Speaking of fuck. Love to be given a bunch more money. I have a bench, like, not that far away, so it's not as scary as it used to be, but it's a Souls game. Having a lot of money is always a threat. It puts the fear into you. The whole level around you going, that's a lot of geo. It'd be a shame if something happened to all of that geo. Let's risk my life for that money. Speaking of large amounts of geo and the losing thereof. Fuck. I remember that happening the first time, too. It's one of those ones that they really want to, like, emphasize how greedy you were being, how it is almost certainly not worth it. Fuck. Okay. That is as greedy as I'm gonna be, I think. But given I might still die, even without sacrificing more life here. One more try, just for old time's sake. Okay. Thanks, I hit it. Oh, the field tramway was just left, huh? Well, that's fine. We've got other shit to look at anyways. So much fucking deepness. Forget the fact that it's terrifying. Forget the fact that it's spiders. It's just like, Jesus, there's so much of this to explore. And every bit of it awful. Oh, I've gone in a circle too. Damn it. Fuck. Didn't even realize. I think I need the super dash to get over there still, which is fine. I'll come back with it later, but okay, let's try a little bit harder to cross this gap, huh? Everything through here. Is there a top opening that I just missed then? Very helpful. Cool 1800 Geo hanging out on me. I'm, again, sure that will be fine. I have no worries. I have no concerns. I will come back to you later when I have the power to know what the fuck you're on about. Someone get me back to the failed... Okay, so that's how I got turned away from the failed tramway by accident. So I probably don't need to finish going up there. I probably want to go back down where I was and explore to the left. I mean, I guess... Actually, no. Let's go up there and touch the bench just to get this marked off. And just because I think I understand the map at this point without having it filled out is no reason to not fill it out, given the opportunity. When the bench is not that far away. I'm still mostly after a fast travel point, though, so I can go back to the Dirtmouth to buy anything that's still there, and probably I actually will just look up where the bank is real quick, because if I can't burn this money in Dirtmouth, then I would love to. What are words? I would love to burn it on the bank and start that side quest rolling. Because sitting on a bunch of money with no plans for it is a great time to do that shit. As opposed to, you know, when actually you need the money for something. Nice try. The extra length from the badge from the mantises is great. Nice try. Sweet. Okay. So that's how I get into the trams, right? That was absolutely worth the detour, then. I will use that later. Also, just like like you saw this kind of background already in like the edge of the mantis territory, but like the fact that you just see like all of the background images for this area just filled with like, if they're not filled with spider webs, filled with like piles of corpses. It's just like, great, hate it, thanks. How do I get out of here is my question. Oh, just like that. I just was not jumping usefully. I see. I understand now. Everything is clear to me. So I guess I could go out that other exit to the top, which I guess I've answered my question from earlier, which is like I don't remember the other way to get into the deep nest, and I still don't, but I guess I see it now as the top entrance. I'm wondering if going out that top bit is the fastest way to get to a fast travel point. Because I can't imagine Like, there's an area to the left that I could still go to, but I'm not sure if that will actually get me, I don't think the Deep Nest has any fast travel ways, but I could be wrong, I guess. Yeah, I feel like then you have to get to it from a nearby area every time. I just don't remember if that's actually true or not. Okay, in absence of knowledge, I will try different things. And if I end up at a fast travel point, great. If I have to backtrack all the way down here, then I'll do it. And I'm still feeling a bit nervous about the high amount of geo, but like I'm clearly handling myself here. As long as I don't do anything particularly foolish, I don't feel that worried about losing all my money to dying. And having the bench down here is a huge help too, not having to backtrack quite all the way. Hey, friend. Hey, unfriend. I didn't remember these specifically, but as soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh, right. I like that once you found the real one, you can still just go like, I ain't no bitch, and kill the last fake one too. There's a full foreknowledge of what's gonna happen, just choosing to do it anyways. And I guess that my general rule, I guess, for these replays is gonna be like within reason. I'm gonna let myself like pull stuff up for like, hey, where's this like secret I've clearly been missing or whatever. And I don't know if if I'm ever going to have exactly firm lines on like when I am and am not going to do that, or when I'm going to feel weird about it. But at least for games like Hollow Knight that are, you know, also pulling strongly from the Metroidvania tradition, it can definitely be a thing of like, hey, if I've got open paths that I could be exploring, there's no reason to be looking things up yet. I've got places I can go, I've got stuff I can do. Fuck. I do like that the way like Soul works in this game makes like exploration beyond a safe point a lot more viable in ways it's not necessarily in other Souls games I've played. Because, like, to an extent, like, and especially depending on the, like, main From Souls game, you can, like, replenish your flasks out in the wild, as it were. But it's definitely not, like, as free in action, and, like, it usually costs another kind of resource, like money or something. But in Hollow Knight, like, as long as I'm, you know, still winning fights without taking too much damage, I can sustain myself out here as long as I want. And, like, it's, you know, still inherently a risk. Like, I'm farther and farther from safe ground. Like, the main, like, conceit of the system is still intact. But I can at least, like, you know, be like, okay, I'm going to explore, like, the whole Deep Nest and, like, on one go, basically. And, like, not have it be a major concern. Or that I'm, or not be taking a huge risk. Which is nice. Maybe as a consequence, I think I don't feel, like, fatigued by the exploring as much in Hollow Knight. Like, in mainline Souls is, like, especially... Oh, hold on for 1 second. Like, I definitely in, like, earlier Souls especially, DS1, DS2, I got real fucking sick of exploring. And, like, it was definitely a thing of, like, hey, I'm no longer really caring about the spaces, I'm caring about the bosses. And, like, between that is just, like, get from A to B as fast as possible, which feels like a shame to an extent, but, like, I don't know. The game's made me feel that way, and, like, I don't really feel particularly bad that I had that take after a while, because, like, that's just what the games drove from me. And, like, you can definitely see a lot of that, like, I mean, I don't know how much it shows on the streams, I guess, to be honest, but, like, as far as how I was feeling, like, late in my DS2 playthrough, I was fucking real tired of everything that wasn't a boss fight. And, like, every time I wasn't, like, at a boss fight, I was just like, well, I want to get to a save point, or I want to get to a boss, and the rest of this I don't give a shit about. I think that's definitely one of the downsides of playing, not Prepare to Die edition. What's the Dark... Scholar of the First Sin, DS2. Like, I think that version of the game is still worth playing over the base one for, like, some quality of life stuff that I couldn't lift offhand, but which I remember at the time. But they absolutely, like, fucked up with the enemy placements in that version of the game, and it makes shit just miserable so much of the time. Because, like, getting from anywhere to anywhere is just a chore of, like, killing your way through, like, 30 dudes. Who, like, you know, become a lot easier as you go, as is the way of such things. But, are still, you know, non-zero effort and non-zero risk and various such things. And it means, like, as a whole, it's kind of like, I really don't want to be doing this, and I guess, like, once I, you know, inevitably lose all my souls once, it's like, alright, I'm going to exterminate every enemy in this area until it's not a problem anymore. And I'm gonna hate it the whole time, and that is just the way this game is. Dark Souls 2 was, like, a lot of cool stuff for me, and significantly more disappointments and frustrations. I guess going back to the earlier conversation, I probably will look up where the bank is, because I think I might have nothing more here to do. I guess I could also go buy Fragile Charms, actually, maybe is the better first step. But I need to pull up where that is, because I don't quite remember. I think I can pull it up on the map, though.
Bapanada. Bapanada.
Bapanada, indeed. Oh, okay. Okay, let's go buy out the fragile geo stuff. Or the fragile badge stuff. Oh, big stretch? Sure, let's do that first. I will. Be right back. Once I remember how to alt-tab, and once I go over here and press this button, and press this button, and then I press this. See you in a second. Hello. Sure, I'll take more money. Hello. You just gonna keep typing like that, hon? Because I guess I can't stop you. Does seem like quite a bunch of extra effort, however. If I'm being honest. Don't mind me almost dropping on this bike. It's what all the cool kids are doing. Good. You know I love someone committing to a bet. You know this about me. What's your story? Why have I not been over here before? I see. Gome. Money, money, money. I love money. You know I love a good bit and a good bite, even, in fact. Fair enough, hon. Nope. Up, up, up. There we go. $19.69. Nice. Let's go right first, do the shopkeep thing, and then I'll see about that passageway to the left. Really need to be careful just randomly dropping in this area, but... exactly. Hey, bud. I would like to buy everything you have. Okay. Alright, since I saw a decent amount of GI, actually I'm gonna just be reminded where the bank is real quick. Because I've not seen it since like early on the first stream and I just don't remember. That's exactly what I wanted, in fact. Oh, it's in Fog Canyon. I do have a Fog Canyon map, don't I? Do I perhaps not? Oh, I don't have a Fog Canyon map. That's annoying. Let's see if I can hop across and get into it actually right from here, because maybe that will make my life easier. I guess I can spend money on the Fog Canyon map when I find what's his name again, too, in theory. Oh, I might not be able to... No, I think you need the water dive to get to this, I think. Well, we'll find out. Also, I keep forgetting to put on the geo collection thing like I said I was gonna. Like, I don't really need to worry about the scraps of money at this point, but, you know, out of principle. Oh, God. Shut up. What did I miss? Ow. I see. No, that was it, actually. Oh no, it wasn't. It's just a fun wall that you can jump off of for funsies. Yes, I was right. It is this one. And yeah, you do in fact need the ability to dive to get there. Alright, so if I can't go that way, that's fine. I guess a green path, or I can get there from... read this. Queen Station. Alright, let's hop down and get to Queen Station. You started it. Let's not deal with the whole room of these guys, I think, actually. We will return to Spider's Hell Zone eventually. Just had some other shit to do with my newfound riches. Wrong one? Wrong one. Wait, no, I didn't actually want to do this. Well, I wanted to say hi to you, so this is worth it for that. Love to talk to you, Mr. Stag. You're my friend, and I love you. Alright. Hello. There we go. I guess it was right here. Hello, would you like to rob me? I do want to see if I can finagle the map for this area while I'm here. I can't remember if you have to come back for that later or not. I don't remember what restricted me from fully exploring this area earlier, and I guess we will find out. Jesus, those things are good at hitting you. You really need to have like a safe alcove immediately, or they will fucking find you. Just in case anyone was worried I had learned my lesson from the last time I came through this area. Absolutely not. I have learned nothing. Oh, okay, so you might just need swimming generally for this. I'd forgotten. Which we'll get there, I suppose, but it may be a minute. I'd just love to have the map at least, just so I can remember stuff, but I can't remember if they also intend that to be gated behind learning how to swim or not. Oh, okay, that was gonna go right into the drink there. Losing so many single digits of geo here that I could in theory have if I had remembered to equip the thing. No, I misjudged how far away from the edge I was there. This seems like a route that might end up with me knowing how to swim. That seems plausible. Oh, that looked like ground. It was not ground. It's really funny having my one of my regular things not filled and having the full lifeblood. I should not have dashed without looking. That was very foolish. It was fine, but it was a risky maneuver. It was not a great idea to do it. I do not have a map for this area. Really not the place I want to fight them. I want the solid ground here so I can actually get heals off occasionally. Nice. I really like the propped up walls they use for shortcuts in this game. Sweet. Big scream. The one that in theory I can use to bully the shit out of bosses when I am actually kitted the right way to do it. Once I get a few more charm notches, I might start having that on for bosses. Yeah, just doing this shit in the opening. Well, not even that, but I think that you need the advanced version of it, or want the advanced version. But just using that to murder the shit out of bosses is absolutely the pro strat, or at least was the pro strat. It's possible there are slightly different ones now. I still have not learned how to swim, but that's fine. I've learned how to scream, and in a way that's more important. Ow. I see. I see. I wish I've already been in the top of this area, so I think I might just not be able to do anything else in Fog Canyon right now, which, fair enough. And I will come back when I know more things about the world. Now. I will simply go back to Spider Hell. What was over here? Oh, bank, right, yeah. I'll toss in another 100 while I'm here. I want to keep like 100 on hand for buying stuff, which may or may not be less than what I need, but I do want to advance this shit as well. Yeah, I still have no verified way to fast travel to the Deep Nest and suspect I will not get one, so... Let's take the, well, let's not go this way, because that's nothing. Let's go from the top back into it, I think. Was it? Yes. Right. I understand now. I love watching the background change as you fall into it. Okay, so there's another passageway up top, which I guess I might as well get while I'm in this area. Provided I can get back up there, which we'll see. I guess you can go back up this way, probably. Well, not quite what I was going for, but... I'm fine. I was also not really watching my health. But, as I said, I'm fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No. Is that... Oh, that's just 2 passageways up. I see. Never mind. At least I think that's what's happening here. Is there anything else over here? Well, I guess there's this thing. Oh no, I never looked at this. What is this? Ow! I just wanted to see what y'all were talking about. Fucking rude much? Well, good luck with that. Oh, well, I guess that's all I had here was to commit some murder. I hope they had fun programming the, like, gibberish that all of the NPCs in this game speak. It's fun. Okay. So I guess, yeah, there just is nothing else then. It's just 2 passageways into this, which, fair enough, I guess. Do you mind? I'm consulting the map. So there's a bit above the fungal waste entrance I could do. I don't know if I'm going to right now, however. Yeah, let's try the bottom left, and then I'll probably hit the hot spring, do the stuff below the tram, do the tram. And because I expect the tram, where the tram ends up at least, to get me an actual fast travel, but I could be wrong. I think, like, at least when you get to, like, the big open area to the east of Hollow Nest, you do have a fast travel point out there, but I could be wrong. Yeah, you all have fun with that. Hi, Tourmaline. I'm in Spider... Well, I was out of Spider Hell Zone, and now I've returned to Spider Hell Zone. Mostly I'm trying to figure out the places I have not yet been and how to get to them. I was going to do the hot spring first and just change my revive point while I'm at it. Okay, that's fine. Oh, hey, cool. I am doing all right. Or did I not? God damn it. I took out the trash earlier, and I meant to do that specifically so I could also throw out a pizza box, and then I did not throw out the pizza box. Which I guess I should do later. It's not the biggest of deals, it's just, if I have to go out to do a thing, it's nice to get all of my outside the apartment chores done in one go. So I suppose I will do that later. Oh yeah, Aurora birthday. Short birthday. Yeah, glad you're doing alright, Drumline. Okay. I feel like one of the side areas that's easily missed in the Deep Nest was one of the things I missed in my first go around, because I have a distinct memory of like being late in the game. That's unfortunate. Oh boy. I need to not die at this man. What's it trying to say? It's halfway through some sort of thought. Oh, when I first played this game, I have a distinct memory of, like, doing roundup on stuff I missed. Doing roundup on stuff I missed, and, like, having part of the Deep Nest beat stuff I missed, and being like, I don't want to go back there, please don't make me do it. But, unfortunately, the game disagreed with that, and made me go back there. I've not seen the post in question, but I think machining machining a core helix is cool. Is my take. Is my thoughts on the matter. Get over here, you bitch. I'm not scared of you. You're scared of me. Do the thing. Do the thing again. Fuck. These guys are such a pain in the ass to fight. I guess I can look at my badge collection, see if anything could help with this, but... none of these are really helpful for my situation, which, fair enough. I guess I could have recharged my partial soul before going back over here, but I'm sure I'll get some on the way. Well, not if I do that, I won't. Jesus. Risky plays are us. Okay, I'll take a look in a minute. I'll probably take a look the next time you ask me to take a stretch break, if I'm being honest. Since I usually just look at my phone a little bit on those while I'm getting up and being not at my desk. Ow, rude to me. Being rude to me on my partner's birthday? Disgusting, illegal, homophobic, transphobic. You know, these guys is like, as long as you can consistently pogo, they're not difficult. But if you fuck up your pogo even once, you are in a real bad way. Because they hit so fucking hard. Do your thing, man. It's okay, babe. I'm gonna kick their ass for you. Or whoever's ass I'm... whoever I was just talking about. I've already forgotten half of what the bullshit I was just spewing was. I should have let him back up more. Okay, come over here. Again, but with flavor. With feeling. There you go. Fuck you. I think it's probably a shortcut. Oh, no, there's just that. Okay. Seem to be a little more careful here. What am I missing? Or what have I gained? Nope. You. Neat. Sure. Stalking Devout. Great name. Fuck. So a lot of things very easy if you just simply do not fuck up your pogos. Just if you're given the option to fuck up, don't. Simply don't make mistakes. Simply don't fuck up. Then everything is easy. Deepness is also where they hide, like, all their fucking, like, souls, like, spike pit type pranks. in a game that like mostly does not do that kind of thing. Like this is this area just full of like, hey, this floor will kill you if you stay on it for too long. By the way, also there's a guy for you to fight. Which, to be fair, is cool and good, I think, to be fair. Just also, you know, easy to have a bad time with if you're not careful. It's okay. It's fine. Was it even worth it? Probably not. Actually, there's a grub, so it was absolutely worth it. Well, provided I can find a way to get to it. Please come into this open area. Thank you. Yes, yes, please. There you go. Nope. Please forward. Clean. Getting better at those. Damn it. Speaking of traps and not foreseeing them. Composure. Great. One day I'll remember where those go. What they are good for. Until then, I will just collect rancid eggs for fun. And whatever the lack of and some lack of profit. I feel like Mantis extension should make that count, but fine. I just can't remember, like, are you meant to come in through here? No. There's nothing there. Nothing here. Which I guess would imply there's something up here. Up here, perhaps. Or you get to it from another area entirely, which is also possible. Right. Checking the map continues to not be helpful right now. This is the thing I'm going to come back for later. Speaking of things that will make me go back into the deep nest after wanting nothing more to do with it. Ooh. A stag station is real and is my friend, once I can find a way to it. They do in fact just make you work for it though, which just did agree with my memory that like getting to the deep nest, it was a while before you actually get a way out of it that doesn't involve, nope, just run the gauntlet again, fucker. No bench though, fuck you. SMH my head, anti-homeless architecture. Hey bud, how do you feel about coming here? Checks out. Alright, I'm gonna go store 200 more geo in the bank and then return. I'm gonna actually see if the lady above here has any more new dialogue. I feel like there's something from her later. It possibly is just that you can dream nail her later, but... Alright, have fun. I'm glad that some people in this game are having a good time. I'm not sure what that's in response to. I actually did, I guess, see the threshold for when events happen with the bank, but I also, having immediately forgotten that number, I think I will simply wait until it happens to me and then go investigate. Because if I just make a habit of coming back here whenever I have spare cash, then eventually I'll find out. Alright, man, take me back to hell. Wow. You can actually look in some of these houses, too. Yeah, man. This all seems fine. Well, since this all seems fine... It was not fine. Narrator. Oh, right. Sorry. Sometimes I say so many stupid things in quick succession that I immediately forget what you mean, what is meant when someone reacts to it. To be fair, that's also not a uniquely Californian innovation. We're just, it's one of our governor's particular pet projects, apparently. There we go. Aurora has not technically read through it, but she has seen many snippets of it. I guess I can let her give her own answer as well, but... Aurora knows a lot of plot events in current and upcoming, chapters of trust. What's a little bondage between friends? Or between not really friends and little bug, I suppose. My ability to write shit has outstripped Aurora's ability to read it, as it turns out. I have so many ideas. Okay. I mean, whatever. I will get to your responses when I am able to. Right, if I can do a slow fight if you just get one hit in. Like that, and then back up. It's just a lot slower to fight these guys than if you just pogo their asses to death. My last chapter 7 and chapter 8 and 9 after it are just going to have a lot of shit generally, so it would not surprise me if they're the kind of chapters that require a lot of questions and clarification, and perhaps rewriting to make things more clear. I have many thoughts about my characters and the things I want them to do, as it turns out. And these chapters are where a lot of that is going to pay off, or at least be like really gotten into, in theory. Well, now where do I go? Damn it. Yeah, I was proud of that. Like, it came in at a clean 70 originally, and I kind of was hoping originally that I would edit it down to a bunch less, because at least from my reckoning of the writing I'm doing, 60-something or 70 pages feels like a lot, and maybe something worth editing down from somehow. But I haven't managed to do that, and also, it is funny page number, as it turns out. So it does have that going for it. The next chapter is going to be of similar length, though I can't remember if it's shorter or not at this point. And it also has not had editing passes in the same way, so there's really not that much use speculating on how long it is, because it will probably get shorter, at least a little bit. Fuck. It's fine. It's so fine. See? Look how fine it was. I can't remember if I, like, saw the trap coming with, that house my first go-through or not. I feel like I would have immediately sniffed out the trap if I talked to those guys, but it's possible I just saw a bench and was so, like, exhausted from the deep nest as is that I just, like, sat on it without thinking. In which case I would have fallen into that trap. But I feel like if I'd ever talked to those guys, I would have seen it. But it's been too long. I don't remember which one is the case. Hello. There's more shit up there, I think, but I guess we'll see it later. I can't remember if there's a real bench here or not, so let's just take the safe option. Just go fast travel somewhere else for a bench and come back. Really invites a lot of questions about, like, why, like, we know there's a failed tramway to this place. Like, is this also, like, a failed stagway? Like, is there a reason that stagway was built? Was it ever used by anyone? Was it built, like, in secret? Was it built, like, as a trap, like, to lure people here to be killed? Or who knows? I guess also in, like, Hollowness heyday, it could have been more, like actively used, even if, like, the spiders never really accepted the king, as the plot has told us. And then, you know, just once things went to shit, like, it also just went to shit. Oh. Okay. I have to check so many fucking nooks and crannies at this place later. I've seen you in Avatar: The Last Airbender. What's your story? I just love the stuff in Deep Nest that is obviously a trap, and, like, that's, or I guess so much of it is obviously a trap, and then there's, like, stuff they just, like, make you, like, walk into anyways. Which was my favorite thing. Like, it's funny when a Souls game tries to trick you, and, you know, there's an enemy around the corner, a guy ready to kick you into a pit, whatever. It always adds more weight for me when it's obviously a trap, and then they make you spring it anyways. Like, the fact that you've seen the trap, it doesn't matter, because it's like, no, you still gotta walk in there, my friend. You still gotta do it. It's like the one forgivable, like, but thou must, or, like, making a player do a thing and then condemning it for them, like, type thing that, like, works for me. Just like, nope, here's a trap. Spring it and, here's a trap. Please, you realize it's a trap. Please spring it anyway. It's good. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Dealing with this guy in this position is so fucking obnoxious. Oh. Okay. There we go. Safer. The Face Stealer is a good episode. Good, like, cartoon scary. Really multiple kinds of scary too, because there's like the straight up jump scare bit of it, and then there's like, you know, the like I want to frame it again in a TV trope thing of fridge horror or whatever, but just like the implication scary of like what it means and like what it communicates to you that the Face Stealer clearly has succeeded against people in the past. Even if, you know, our plucky protagonist is not caught in that trap. Others were, and you just have to sit there and think about that. During the surgery in Frost, I guess just... I'll say out of principle, but I'm trying to think if there would actually be any concern there about, spread of germs. I think my stance has generally been that like a synth frame is still like vulnerable to being a carrier for biological dangers, and therefore it's kind of good to take practice like the full like precaution set, even if you know, like respiratory stuff is not a concern in the same way. Maybe also a side of, you know, setting a good example. Like, yes, I'm a synth. I don't technically need to do this, but I am doing it to remind you that this is a surgical setting where we are taking this precaution, and like any organic can do it. And yeah, cleanup. I guess yeah, cleanup also because like any. I was reminded of this like in the context of like COVID protection stuff. Like surgical masks like don't provide respiratory protection generally. Like they're for containing spray mostly. So like yeah, if you know she was doing like dramatic surgery, which I guess she kind of is in that scene, like even more dramatic surgery, like the kind that's, you know, battlefield medicine, very bloody, like it would keep the blood off her face as well. Which yeah, convenient. I don't know if I'd quite characterize Anita as like a clean freak, but I could imagine there's at least a bit of that in her, and she prefers to avoid, you know, arterial spray as much as she can. Big stretch? Sure, why not? Look at blood sack while I am away. Droplet protection, that's the word. Burb. Wow. I thought I crossed another one, or got like the advanced dialogue for one of these, but maybe not. Nope, okay, never mind. I keep looking at the map for this area as if it tells me any information. Hello. So someone's gonna have a whole segment of like fucking Hornet's childhood of like these dipshits. It's gonna be like basically repeating the sister, the evil stepsister's bit from not Snow White, Cinderella. There's gonna be exactly that kind of nasty. I can see it now. To be honest, I don't even remember like what Silk Song is supposed to be about besides Hornet. Like, I feel like they've given at least like a broad or a general like outline of like it's about, you know, this bit of, you know, different part of the setting. But I have not read what they've said about it for a long time because I've been consumed with waiting for the game and everyone else playing obnoxious like games every time there's an award show that, or, you know, announcement show that might possibly have a Silk Song. Oh, that achieves nothing, I see. If this is something in the distant village I'm still missing, but if so, I don't know where it is. I'm excited to. I've been like wavering on like whether on how it's going to be my next project and like kind of leaning towards it, but in general, I still really want to play a bunch of Souls-likes and form opinions about them compared to the Souls that I've gone through. And, you know, have an opportunity to show off that I'm good at this kind of game after some practice. Yeah, okay. That does kill you from the side. I'm not sure. Lies of P might be the next one, but I'm not certain if that is going to be it or not. Also a game I think I was able to get that running on Linux and like get through a fight or two, so I could definitely make that a future Linux stream series. The only question really is what I balance that against on Fridays if I make that the Wednesday series. I like platformers, I like Souls-likes, I've liked some Metroidvania, so I'm not huge on it. And generally my goal is, as long as I can pull it off, is to kind of like lean heavily on my Steam backlog for games. So like mostly what is driving what I choose to play on these streams is what do I have already. And that's not necessarily to say I won't play new stuff if something particularly drives me. Like Skin Deep I bought and streamed once and then beat largely off stream, so that will not feature on future streams, but it was something I did feature once after buying it. But a lot of the other stuff I want to tackle is stuff that's just been rotting in my backlog for God knows how long, and which I would like to clear out of there. I've been a fan of Tales JRPGs before. Not really a fan of like West or like your CRPGs. Besides that, I'm not sure that I have useful data points. I know I've played other RPGs, but I'm not sure what comes to mind as a good example of what I do or don't like. What's in the backlog is a lot of shit. I don't have like a clean, defined list of it. I have picked some random stuff out of my, not random, deterministic, but I picked some stuff out of my Steam unplayed list for as like a stream shortlist set, but I also don't have that in front of me to point out. Or, well, I could pull it up. I don't want to. I like having a bit of behind the curtain stuff for like what I will do next on streams. Get fucked. Yeah, so I'm kind of idly thinking of doing platformers, Souls-likes on Wednesdays and Fridays for the time being, but again, we'll see how I feel. I think Liza P is a great next candidate, but it's just a matter of figuring out what I'm balancing it against. Because I don't really have a good like platformer ready to go in the same way. Like I'm eyeing Dust Forest, which is not a bad platformer, but I'm not sure if it's what I want to play. I guess we go east. Hey, bud. Honestly, a good thing to do would be to, well, I don't know. I'm not sure how much you've mentioned this on Twitch.television, but digging out some of the classics and a PC compatible setup of same and playing those. I'm pretty sure there's like a bunch of I'm going to rephrase it. I know for a fact there are a bunch of like classic SNES RPGs I have not played and might like to make a project out of at some point. Chrono Trigger, for example. You may have heard of it. I have not played it. Or Chrono Cross, for that matter, but, you know. one of those is much more obviously a thing to get to than the other. What I'd actually love to play is and I'm not sure if I would necessarily replay old ones for this or not, but I was a huge fan of the Mario and Luigi games. And I played Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga and Partners in Time. I did not play Bowser's Inside Story, and in theory I could. And if I did, I could play it on stream. That might be fun, but again, I don't know. I'm not... Having an idea is one thing. Deciding if it's actually something I want to commit to or not is a different thing. So, we'll see. Oh no, I have been up here, okay. It's just that I haven't sat at a bench yet. I see. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Underneath the tramway and then the tramway. I've got to find my way to the other tram I've already found too, which I think is farther north, but I don't want to poke around on the big map yet when I've got stuff to look at still. Oh, okay. Void Light is a Destiny thing that I am referencing. I suppose I should find some way to not make it explicitly if you don't know Destiny, don't bother reading this bit, but it's a Destiny reference. Bryce is a Titan, and one of the things Titans do is fight with void shields, circular void shields, and also barricades that block damage. And none of my characters carry light into the core setting, but Bryce wants to recreate it with hard light as best he can. Which, I've still got to figure out how I'm going to write fights around that, but I hope to find some cool ways to use that in the future. I guess for the purposes I mean to turn it for Bryce, like, you can just think of it as the hard light he's gonna have. Because, like, as I have him comment in that scene, like, there's, like, you know, magic power shit to it in Destiny, like, paracausality, like, the ability to affect things on your will, and, like, to go beyond the realm of, like, pure physics. But a lot of Destiny that doesn't really come up in, and in the core setting it's not going to come up, at least for the time being, though I have some future ideas. Neat, okay. So yeah, it's purple hard light is effectively all it's gonna be. Alright, still can't go there. What about down here though? Is this just a trick thing where you can just go neither of those paths for now? Because I could believe it, but... Zooming. I really love that the music plays like, but tinny, as if through a small speaker. It's good. Okay, where's the middle bit of where this dumps out? I know there's a few different places you can go. Okay, neat. Oh. I have no memory of this place. I guess this is also technically, or still part of the, Deep Nest, technically, given the background, but I can't remember if this is... Ow. Rude. I'm just grabbing money. What's your problem? What's your deal? What's your damage? Okay, well... Pretty sure they were close to death, but I wanted to get a heal on real quick, and I guess I got my way. Oh, I should not be aggroing multiple of these guys. Like, I'm okay at dealing with them, but I'm not necessarily that okay. Well, I could have equipped the thing that gathers money for you, and then I would have that money. However, I guess I am also carrying 1313. Fuck, I missed 1312. God damn it. But I am carrying significantly more geo than I have need for right now, so I really shouldn't cry over a couple of them. I will, because I'm greedy, but I don't need to. Okay, there's definitely something down there, but I think you need the super jump to get to it. Or the super dash, rather. Need to stop finding these early. It's so frustrating. Okay, this area I have memory of. I remember this being obnoxious. Okay, there's also very clearly a super dash zone, but I think I can get up here without it. I just need to succeed at wall jumping for a moment. Ah, yep, that's it. That's what I meant. There's so many of these that you can just tell the developers were laughing as they placed them. They knew. They knew exactly what they were setting their players up for. And as I remember complaining about during the last Rayman stream, like, well, I will approve of players making shit, or developers making shit mean, I will also curse them out for it at the same time. Fucking advanced music levels in Rayman Legends are something. I did not realize those were in at all. Like, I did not see them on the wiki pages when I was, like, looking about other stuff about the game. And I was glad to be surprised by them, too. They were fun. Mean, but fun. Yeah, I guess one of them is a remix of a song from Rayman Origins, which I did not realize while I was playing it. I only realized that when I looked them up afterwards. I love to kill the rich and eat them. I need to turn in some of my ill-gotten goods. Well, I guess once I can get back to the storeroom, but... Oh, I guess I can also sell some shit while I'm here. Hold that thought. I don't remember who that merchant is to the left. I guess I can go look. So I know I'm just going to spend or receive money here. Which, hey, I'll do it as long as I'm over here anyway, but... What I mostly need to do right now is spend money. Wait, do I have another one? Yes. I need to figure out what that pathway is while I'm here. If you hit it multiple times, it makes the elevator come faster. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna keep doing that stupid bit. I need to at least hold myself a bit longer before saying no, it doesn't. Ah, I see. Guess up from here. Wow, there's a lot of video game in this video game, as it turns out. Weird. I need more water. Water drinking is important. Wow. Okay. Is my... Okay. I thought my, lip sync stuff for the model was not working at all. I think it's just still the same thing. Of the gating is set differently for that than it is for the microphone itself. I should be able to deposit single-digit numbers. Anyways. Who could have seen this coming? I've been robbed. The side breaks too. This video game might be good. Well, I'll hold that thought until I figure out where the fuck that robber has gone. Okay. Let's see what else we can find in the city now. I might be able to loop back around for that bit, honestly. I still really love the aesthetic of the City of Tears. It's cool. And like just like the framing of it is just like, yeah, this is like above below like a great like underground lake or something, so there's just always water dripping down, and they just built the city around it. It's really neat. But I guess another like the Souls things like Hollow Knight gets that like a lot of like Souls also rans didn't or don't to the same degree is like the setting being like, you know, picturesque and tragic at the same time. Like Hollow Knight does that really well, and like I think a lot of there are plenty that do it right, but like, there are definitely a lot of like Souls also rans that like just focus on like game hard and, you know, plot weird, which are, you know, relevant parts of the Souls formula, but they're certainly not all it has going on for it. You're definitely missing a lot of the important parts if that's the only thing you focus on as a game studio. I think Jackson Head Falls Off on Blue Sky had the take recently that like it's in a sense a bit much that like, you know, Souls games are like one of the like popular genres right now, so a lot of people are, you know, taking their hand at it compared to, you know, platformers before them or like, you know, retro style games before them or whatever. And, you know, I guess extraction games now and before that wow, Storybot executed someone. There's always a popular genre to rip off, and like the post that I'm thinking of posited that like at least with Souls, like the core formula is very good, and if, you know, everyone's making them, it's still in a way you would prefer that, you know, more people are making games that are the game they want to make and not just, you know, not just ripping off a formula. But if you're going to do that, the Souls formula is a very good one to be doing it with, because the Souls formula is good. They're good games. And it's nice when people make more of them. Forgot about these guys. It's a good gimmick that they just like flip over to meet them. Ow, I was not far enough out of range. I definitely would like to play more of those games, which is why, I guess, to go loop back to an earlier topic of conversation, a bunch of Souls-likes are on my short list for games to play on these streams. I think I will enjoy getting to Lies of P. I will enjoy playing Wolong. I will enjoy playing, what else do I have already bought that I'm forgetting the name of? Lies of P, Wolong, there's another one that is like, fuck, I hate these guys. It's the one that Aura Hack really likes, if that helps you figure out what I'm talking about, Aurora. 2D Souls-like that she's a big fan of, that I'm blanking on the name of. Whatever it's called, it's on my short list, and I want to play it. And at some point I will. That is not the way you're meant to take that. Well, actually, what you want to do is either take it boldly or take it cautiously, and not both. This is why 9 souls. Yes, got it in 1. Thank you. Thank you, babe. Which I think I've seen played partially and went, this looks cool, and then I think I just tuned out before I watched too much more of it, because I was like, you know, this seems exactly like a thing I'm going to play at some point. I should not watch too much more of it. It's possible I'm mixing it up with a different game, but I'm pretty sure 9 Souls is what I think I'm thinking of when I remember that anecdote. I just need to really dig in my backlog and see if there's any platformers that are worth getting to, if it really is just like, no, I'm just going to play a bunch of Soulses for my next dozen stream sessions. Which, honestly, would not make me that upset to do. I could do a bunch of those. I think Soulses as a whole, like, original From ones are, like, one of my, like, biggest, like, body of work, or one of the biggest contributors to my streaming body of work at this point. And they will probably remain such. Especially if I start playing a bunch of also rans. I also have, like, I'm not sure if I'm going to make a stream product out of them, but I played, the, like, second release of DS1 and, Skull of the First Sin for DS2. But I also have Prepare to Die Edition, and I also have, Dark Souls 2 Original Edition, and part of me wants to at some point play those versions through as well. But I don't know if that's certainly not a priority, and I don't know if I necessarily would stream it when I did, but I could play them. Yeah, I keep forgetting that connection, because, like, I remember hearing a bunch of stuff about Detention and Devotion, and, like, not looking into it whatsoever. And, you know, kind of being, like, vaguely interested in those. I'm not sure if I'm, like, actively that interested in playing them, but maybe. But 9 Souls, definitely something I have a lot of interest in playing. I guess is where I was getting to there. try to respect her slightly more. Damn it. I have not. I think I recognize the name, but I've not played it. I would love a map for this area. Oh, goodbye. Here, maybe I should fuck around in this top area a bit longer and see if I can find a map somewhere. Because I can take Luke Marm, or Luke Mom, or whatever the fuck she's called. But I would like to have a better work point if at all possible, and also have a map if at all possible. I think I remember hearing about it, which I guess is going to be true for a lot of these. I don't remember if I ever formed a particular opinion on it. I would at least investigate playing it. Crystals. You're Deathwater, right? Yes, okay. I had to know. Okay. I guess crystals is your tell, like, hey, have the super dash. And I don't, so I will simply bid my leave and head somewhere else. I do also generally need more things that are Spanish brackets Spain and Spanish brackets Latin America in my life, so I would appreciate playing a Souls game that is made by people who are that. A friend is here. My boy. The lad himself. Is he here or is he there? I guess we'll find out. But I think he's in that upper section, but we'll see, I guess. Okay. It was right the first time, or the second time, one of those times. My boy. Let's dance, bud. Great soundtrack for him, too. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck, I did the same thing. Well, I forgot I was still shade hunting before when I came back here. Whatever, I'll finish this fight and then go get my corpse back. It's not like I'm particularly hard out for cash, anyways. I've got someone's kneecaps I can go break for 2,000 geo at some point, so. Oh, that was lucky. And he did not be that greedy of heals. Oh, that was a mistake. Not punished, though. There we go. First try. Stone Defender, I love you. Be my friend. Well, you'll be my friend later. That's all that matters. Sweet. I have unleashed the water. Okay, I still need to go shade hunting, don't I? Right. Well, I was hoping I would find a better, like I said, a better save point or a map or a rest point or a warp point or something, but I guess in absence of those, I will simply push forward and continue periodically remembering that my shade is out there with my money. Which I've already been through. I think I've been through the lower part of this at least, but I could be mixing it up with something. Oh, right, yeah. No, I've been through here because I was in the lower part of the city already. Hey, man. A little too close in that one. That is not a great place to fight him, as it turns out. You should be able to use your attack from the water. It would make it cheap, which I guess is why they don't, but... Consider, if the guy's gonna push me into the water anyways, waiting for openings in his attacks, I should be able to hit his ass with a fucking spell. Damn it. Do your double. There we go. Well, I'll count this as a shortcut to the sewers, I guess. Once I can actually unlock it. Man. Oh, right. Fake out. Fake out moment. Unless you get to unlock it later through some means that I've forgotten, but I think it just isn't a station, which, alright, fair enough. The man's cry sounds like Liquid Snake saying brother every time. Brother every time. I can't do a Liquid Snake, a proper Liquid Snake, so you also have to fill it in your head. Not enough geo, I guess I gotta go farm. Problems I would not have if I had actually tracked down my my shade, I suppose. I know where it is, I just don't want to go back in there. God, there's so many of that guy. I guess it's probably worth killing him for the money, though. As opposed to farming a bunch of guys. Really shouldn't gamble. Is this the thing? Also, 1,000 souls on the line. Like, I probably won't die there. Probably. But right, I'm just gonna go get my shade back. Is what I'm gonna do, and then I'll deal with these guys. Because that's a better use of my time than farming more souls when I have more souls if I want them. Also, I might just get them on the way out of here. Pardon me. I would love to have a map for this area. I feel those guys become really threatening if you hit them once. Like, they're a lot more mobile. But if you just hit them within their, like, their little, like, short window where they're, like, recovering from being flipped, they're really easy to kill. So you can just keep them on the version of them that's easy, as opposed to having to deal with the one that's actually a pain. Continue to hate these guys so fucking much. And most of this area, as a consequence, this area is just frustrating. Deep Nest, come back, I miss you. Makes these guys a lot less annoying if you can just deal with them in bulk like that. It's also very risky to do it, but... Again, simply don't fuck up. You first, bud. I think the thing I learned about fighting Grub Mother is you seem to kind of go full offense and just kill her as fast as possible, because like healing is a pain and like staying alive is a pain if there are a bunch of these guys up, and she can make them faster and you can kill them. Like, I'm already failing the thing I'm saying to do, which is just be aggressive. It's like, yeah, like... Healing here is just really dicey. I think this is also, yeah, just a mistake. I think I'll also see if I can prepare. So actually, what do I have to make spell shit better at this point? Like, not enough, obviously, but like... That's good, but not sufficient. Don't want to risk any of these here. I could just do... Yeah, I could try that. So I really do think, right, I no longer have the thing that tells me where I am on the map. I really think my best bet, even without like the full like spell weaver's kit here, is to just beat the shit out of her with the scream spell. And just, like, don't let up on it. Just hit her as much as possible. Avoid being hit as much as possible. And just keep feeding spells until the fight's over. I'm gonna. I think I did like. I asked a friend of mine like for the the charm layout I want for like aggressive spell casting, and received it, and then looked up where some of those were, and then did not like fully digest that information. So I will at some point need to look that shit up again if I don't naturally stumble into all of it. Which I'm sure I won't naturally stumble into all of it, but I'm sure I will also pick up some on the way. I'm already used to the extended range is part of the problem here. So I'm getting hit by things I would not get hit by if I had the extended range. I don't know why I did that. Third time's the charm, I'm told. Yep. Just beat her ass with spells. Alright. I'm gonna go spend money on that thing. Well, let's not die here, first of all. Important first point. And then second point, as long as I'm going down, as long as I'm wandering through here anyway, let's see if I can... This might be an area that you just never find a map for, I would totally believe that, but I want to at least hunt a little more in hopes that it is a place you can find a map for. I like having maps, it's part of my whole thing. So you get in here. That might be just all the area there is, though. Which, alright. Fair enough, I suppose. One day we'll find the purpose of those. I love there's a bunch of other fallen benches here. That's cute. Done defender zone. More of those guys. I think I might have explored this whole area then. You know, can't be sure on account of the whole map thing, but... down here. Pretty sure I have been down here. And I determined that I needed a different power to get farther. Let's revisit that decision and understanding, just to be sure. I also like how they flip which way they're facing with the rotation, because of how that rotation works. It's neat. Alright. A problem for later me, a problem for the future. At least I can rest in the solace of when I finally do find a map for this area, I will have much of it already uncovered. One goddamn area in the Elden Ring DLC where I just never found the map until I'd basically completed it, because I just didn't go the way I was meant to. I broadly like the Elden Ring DLC, though it was very spicy in a way that I had frustrations with it at the time, but like the navigation or like the map layout of that DLC I very much did not jive with. A lot of which boiled down to basically there is like a place I just tried to get to and couldn't, and assumed therefore I was not meant to go through, and like half a dozen areas were gated behind that mistake, basically. Oh yeah, man. Love Dungeon Defender so much. I look forward to the full fight later on when we get into the fuck, what are words? The God Home stuff. That might not even part of. I think it might be part of a different DLC pack than God Home. I keep mixing them up. But whatever. Whenever I get into his DLC pack, I will be happy. Okay, yeah, I definitely went through here then. Hello. This place I also remember for sure. Okay. Do not enter unless you know how to swim. Understood. It might be too early to touch this area at all, but I wanted to at least poke at it since I'm here. If the game doesn't want me to come here, it is very competent at making it clear that I'm not to be here. Hey, man. Managed to look at the stream timer just in time for it to be 3:33:33. I feel lucky. When was last big stretch? A while ago. I can take one after I finish, I don't know, find a good stopping point. I could pause right now, I suppose, after I kill this guy, but I want to push a little bit further if I can. And then I can take a big stretch. Yelling at me, screaming at Kitty. Very rude. Fuck. Walked him into a trap and then walked right in behind him. I didn't even realize that was going to happen with the stalactite. That's good. Easiest way to win a fight is to not have a fight. That's what it turns out. God. These advanced versions are a much rougher fight than their basic versions, which I suppose is the point, but I don't think it'll be that much longer before I hit a bench. Hopefully I'm not wrong. A bench or a tram. A tram is like a bench. Or a stagway. A stagway is like kind of like a remote bench. Beating my ass. Fuck. Sorry, man. I need some soul. A bench on rails. Yes, exactly, hon. I don't know why I'm risking my life for a bunch of Geo when I already have so much Geo, but wouldn't be a Souls game unless you were getting into terrible trouble because of greed. Running right into it every time. The force spread is just like really hard for me to reason about, as it turns out. Like, I will try to avoid it and just move in a way that guarantees I hit it instead. Like, these guys are good soul farms once you understand their attack patterns. Oh, attack. Once you understand that they move in a straight line and act accordingly. This is funny, they don't really have that much more health either. They just are so much better at attacking that they will just whittle you down if you're not careful. Well, I did think I would find a bench or a tram faster than this, but I maintain hope that I will eventually find one. I did not remember how much this area there is. Okay, I do remember this. I don't remember how to activate the thing. So I'm way above it right now. I hope this is activated with money. If it's activated with money, I can handle it. If it's activated with anything else, I cannot handle it. If it's activated with already it's activated, that's even easier. I can just hit the button. Well, I suppose, well, it's not out of the woods yet, but I suppose finding an old bench in the City of Tears also counts as finding a bench for purposes of going to take my stretch break. I just wanted a point to sit down. Sweet. Quest boss is discovered. But thou mustn't. Alright, we might have a bit of plot before I'm allowed to pause. Alas. Oh. Yes, I know. Please give me my platforms again. I promise I won't fuck it up this time. Fuck, well, I got a little farther, but I did in fact fuck it up again. I don't know what this could be about. It's probably fine. Hell yes. Hello. I totally forgot about this character. I was only thinking about Radiance. She's a good character too. I love her. Now I have the sacred quest of every time I see a person, I must hit them with the dream nail. Many have undertaken it before me, and now it is my goal to collect. Is it? I keep finding new areas. I just want bench. Okay. Let me activate this, just so I don't forget when I come back. And I will take my stretch break. Burb. Bop. I have returned. I am here. I would like that for you too, Stag. You know, let's poke around in the city a bit more. Did I ever activate the King Station one? Or had I not found it yet? I can't remember. I know I still got Dreamnail stuff to do, and I'll do it, but I want to poke around on this first. I like to have all my ducks in a row regarding fast travel stuff, just so I don't get particularly screwed by it later. When it's inconvenient to get to a place I need to return to for some completionism reason. You guys are significantly less scary now that I've seen the tougher ones. Right, I continue to not have the compass on. Still have not unlocked this. This is part of what. This is the other reason I want to explore like the city a bit more and clear stuff out, because I would like to have that path cleared, so I don't keep running into this trap. Actually, while I'm here, let's get more money.
Son? Yeah.
Right, so that's there. Very convenient to have this door open at least. Yeah, okay, so there's totally I just totally did not activate the one in King Station properly, which I'll fix it now, I guess. Wish I had done it the first time just to save myself a little trouble, but Trisha dearest, can you please not hang out? Can you please keep moving? She is interested in the motion on the screen once again. And also has her butt in my face, and I'm encouraging her to not do that. Hi, baby. Trisha, I love you. I just want you to take up a little space, hon. That's all. She is but a small cat and does not understand that she takes up space, so that could be annoying. Still need to figure out how to get in there. I guess... Yeah, there's no lever in there, so that might imply there's a lever somewhere else I'm missing. One thing at a time. Oh, I just didn't even... Right, I didn't have money for it. That's what this was. Brother. What's up here? I was about to say I should respect these guys a little more, and I did not finish that thought or implement it before it was too late. Okay, so I think that path I want is actually... Let me get my shade back and finish exploring that area, and then I can dip over farther left and see if I can complete some of the missing paths here. I guess it would help to put back on the Mantis Charm. I guess I can also keep committing to the spell lifestyle, but at least to avoid some of the deaths I've been taking. I could also simply be better at fighting, once again. Neat. I guess it's easier to go up the left side, isn't it? I could have fought that out better if I'd have been a little more careful. Right, and the Dreamer is marked on my map now, so I guess I'm also working towards that, because one of these paths in the middle of the city definitely leads to the Spire. Which I think I vaguely remembered, like, oh, beat these 3 bosses to progress plot, but I forgot the specific construction or when that stuff opened up. So I guess even with the base note, you can basically outrange those guys, which I guess is part of the story on how you are meant to defeat them. I guess I say meant, like, you're not... The way this game works is not, you know, one way to do it, but that, like, one way to do it definitely is to try to just outrange them on level ground like that. By like that, I mean in theory the thing I was trying to do, not the thing in practice where I won, but also got my ass beat a little bit, because I would prefer to get my ass beat a little bit less, especially when I'm fighting multiple of these guys at once. I also need to once again remember to send the elevator down for myself, or I guess elevators in this case. Nope, not that. There. I saw it coming, and yet. I think part of like the way to do this fight more safely than I'm doing it is to keep it one guy open for or left over for a while so you can get healing in relatively safely, and then worry about the other guys later. Like one of these guys being here is a great time to heal up, and I bet there is more after I kill him. So what if I simply got some healing in? Yeah. There we go. Not too bad. That should be another mask? Oh no, it's a... God. I really need to find the mask upgrade specifically. I keep finding vessels. The vessels are also appreciated, but I would like to have more health. Pardon me. Okay, so that's probably dealt with. I'll go up here just to be safe, but I don't have a map for the resting grounds, huh? Maybe I should just go back up there then. Well, actually, no. I want to get that passageway just because that has kept fucking me over. So I'm gonna head over for that. Then I might do resting grounds and knock that out. I guess it should also be dream nailing more shit, like I said I was gonna. Right, down from here. Can I get to the top of this area from here or not? Right, I need to get another simple key from somewhere. God, I wonder where else I find one. I think I'm realizing the same thing I realized the first time I played, which is like, yes, I can fight these guys and win, but also it's such a fucking slog that is like absolutely not worth doing. Like, unless they're actively in the way of something, it's like, no, it is better to just not fight them. I wonder if you can do that in a way that actually gets you up there. This feels just plausible enough that I think I have to find out. This absolutely does not feel like what you're intended to do, but... I got nothing better to do. Oh, I got many things I could be doing in this game, but... What if I tried to get up here instead of doing those things? I'll give it one more try, and then I'll move on to greener pastures. It would make sense, I guess, if the whole spire is gated behind get double jump power, whatever it is. Yeah, okay. That feels like it might technically be possible, but it's, again, tricky enough that, in practice, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah, okay. To the resting grounds we go. I can also comb this area to be absolutely, because I know there's something else I can do here, like in this area specifically, but I suspect it is behind the simple key door that I do not, or the simple key door. And since I do not currently have a simple key or nowhere to find one, then I will simply have to wait. Yeah, it is absolutely this door. I think I've already been, yeah. I don't know if anything else in this area is worth, or explorable, or worth exploring. Yeah, okay. Still curious about what's going on here. I did explore past... Right, there's another Kingdom Edge section. What about that little bit to the top here? Don't mind me, just passing through. Ah, I totally can get up here. Now what does this do for me? I see. Well, I'll come back later, I suppose. I could also explore Kingdom's Edge more, but let's, as I said, do the, resting grounds bit first, since I've already started that bit. I also did want to double check if there's not like a lever here I was missing or something. I doubt it's that simple, but I am just curious about how one gets into that room. Right now. I noticed. Well, actually, can I get to the top of this? Like, there's on top of this area, and I feel like, well, I guess I don't remember well enough to actually say if there were areas that you just couldn't actually get to the top of that just looked like it in this game or not. Probably not greatly worth my while to find out. Now then, it was to the left. Okay. Yeah, left and then up. Okay, that's why I keep confusing. So I kept seeing the top exit from that room and going, is it that? No, it's not that. And then not actually processing that I wanted to go. I don't know, maybe that is it. Okay, I think I'm mixing up my top. Oh. We'll see. Was it you all along? Right, yeah, it was the other top bit. It was the top bit in the secret area that leads to Kingdom's Edge that I went into a second ago, and which didn't have anything for me at this moment. Bye. That's really good when I get 2 hits on guys I know take 3 hits to kill. Then it's just, okay, it's gotta get him for 1 more. Little micro pieces of Hollow Knight's combat feeling good. The feeling of knowing that a guy is 1 hit. And he's gotta get in there. Oh, nope. Wrong place. Right, I think you can like jump out of this, or not jump out of it midway, but climb that manually and find a bit to the Kingdom's Edge, which I will deal with later. But for now, I would love to finish this area and also get a map for my troubles. Because as established, I love map. Hello. Another of my favorite characters. The mouth sounds are not great, but generally. Okay, I'll look forward to that one. Let's see what I can do with this extra space. You, since I've already committed to spell lifestyle. And maybe just that, but let's see what else I have bought that I forgot. I spooked her with my bell. I think I can work with that for now. It's convenient that I happen to find her store now and was carrying so much I can just buy her out in one go. Well, except for the last item, but I wasn't ready for that anyway, so. I see. Oh, okay. I guess I could have looked earlier to see if I had reached an old area or not, and I suppose that now I know, but... I'll go back to Green Path at some point. I was kind of just walking in a straight line in hopes I would find something new. But instead I found something old. Not to be mistaken as something borrowed or something blue. What's this city? Right, okay. This is still... Well, I guess since I'm here... Have I unlocked this stag station? I feel almost certain I have it. I want to double check. I also had previously made the decision like, oh, I don't need to have the compass on, and I am once again reconsidering that, and maybe I do need to have the compass on. Need to get credit for killing more of those guys. And those guys, I suppose. Yep. Guys being done in the tram is particularly macabre in a game full of things that are macabre. I guess I could have rested there while I was at it, but whatever. Yeah, I would love to have a map for this area. I am in fact working on it. Oh, right. What if aggressive spell use? I could have talked to him before fighting him, but I forgot that if I did that, I would fight him. Hollowness King seems kind of shitty. Unsurprising, again, for a Souls. Love some low stakes soul gathering opportunities. My poor one mask, it is so frightened and scared. Oh. Does that mean I missed him? Maybe I did just miss him. I hadn't thought about that. I was processing like, oh, I've already... every time I've... Let me phrase this carefully. I haven't... Until, I guess, this area, I don't think I'd missed any corner for opportunities. The thing I kept seeing his papers and being like, oh, well, I already got the map, so that's fine. But I think that might be the one time I did actually miss him, and therefore need to go run back and get the map.
Bapanada.
Yes, I could have marked those routes myself. I did have markers to use in theory. I just didn't think about it. So while I'm here, I'm gonna check if what's his name has any. Well, do you have any new dialogue? And like Odo Bagman if he's, you know, very depressed. So I need to go track down another key. God, Zote's still in the deep nest, right? I never found out how to get to him. Well, I'll go back for him eventually, probably. I'll wait until I have more of my navigation toolkit, I think. Okay, that's much nicer. Well, actually, I know there's a gravestone right down here I need to smash through, and then I can head off to that side. Oh. And by smash through, I mean go somewhere else and get some more soul, and then smash into it. Okay. Can I go up through here? I see I can on the map. Can I practically? Seems not. Not at this moment, at least. Okay. I guess I could have taken the stag somewhere else, but I'm not sure what is open and useful to explore right now. I would have to double check the map. Let's just go this way and find some soul and then go back. Hello. That will do. Got those guys. Well, I wanted more shit to do in here, and I sure found it. Alright, man. Gotta remember to be dream nailing anyone and everyone. Including, I guess, all the people in Dirtmouth. I just forgot to do that. But I know they all at least have a little dialogue if you do that. That you are, in fact, incentivized to hit everyone you meet with the dream nail once you get it. No. Not the fastest way to do it, but hey, if I was set up to cheese it, then why not cheese it? Especially after I ate too much damage on the way in. Maybe watch the keyboard, hon. Trisha is rolling about on the dust again. Is that the way? Okay, well I did want to do that, but I'm pretty sure there's more to see down here first. Right, I don't have my spell charged. I really love secret passages behind secret passages as concept, at least. In practice, it can be a little trying, especially in Souls', but good gimmick. Good way to teach the player to, like, be really thorough about exploring. Let's see. It's not the same elevator then, is it? Has it only been off the map? Oh, you know, I guess... Oh, no, that probably is the main City of Tears elevator. So I've come in from the... Yeah, I see. Okay. That still might be all I can do at the moment, then. Right, I'm gonna go back to... Actually, how much... Can I see how much, shit I've collected right now? Ah, I have 100. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Wonderful. I couldn't remember if I was going to have to grind more to meet the seer's demands or not. But no, it turns out I have exactly enough to hear her first wisdom, and then I can go about and do other shit. I think she'll probably open that door for me, in fact. I'm not actually sure what she gave me there. I guess you probably get through there with more investment, which fair enough. Neat. So what's that middle bit I'm still missing? Oh, there's a section I'm missing here between those. Which is, oh, Fog Canyon. So Fog Canyon I still need to do. Trisha, stop honey. And then... Have I been in the area between Deepness and Kingdom's Edge? Because I remember it existing. I just don't know if I've touched it at all yet. Trisha, stop pawing at the screen. She's stretching out a paw ever so daintily to touch the screen because there's stuff that's moving on it, and I'm trying to get her to stop. Oh, we gotta do the Colosseum. I want to do the Colosseum. Alright, where am I again? Okay. I think I want to climb up from the bottom of that elevator is how you get there. Colosseum of Fools is fun. I would enjoy doing that in this stream. And then I can see what other shit is worth my time currently. Alright, all the way down to the bottom of this area. Over here. I guess the edge of Hollowness would also be a great place to explore, and I could get the second Hornet fight, which would be a fun thing to do. But I mostly want to like at least try to hold to the letter of my stream and see if I can do more Deepness stuff. But I think a lot of that just legit might be locked behind more movement stuff that I just have to get first. Which, hey, if that's how it is, that's how it is. But I do like to have thematically consistent streams when I am able to do so. I feel certain I was able to climb this once. I might be just making that up. Because if not, I'm not sure how else you would... Wait, no, am I in the wrong place? Let me look at the map again. No, I am... Well... I mean, yes and no. Like, this is in theory a way to get there, but not necessarily the easiest way to get there. I'll give this another honest college try, and then I'll worry about doing it an easier way. I guess this is probably another thing where having the super dash would make it trivial. So maybe that's the answer, is they expect you to have the super dash here. Okay, but if I'm not doing that... Okay. I guess I probably just want to stag travel to the edge, because I'm pretty... Well, I guess we'll find out. I thought I might have unlocked a stag for the Kingdom's Edge. Maybe I did not. No. Okay. The Hornet fight is going to be off to the east. And in theory, I can climb up to Pantheon of Fools. The Colosseum of Fools, even. Because I think there is a middle section there that I've just not done anything with yet, but one mystery at a time. It also may be the case that I can't climb up to the Colosseum of Fools, and that's why I've not gone up there. Because I remember trying to climb up there. Oh, those are corpses from the Colosseum, right? That's the gimmick. I see. Okay, so if I can't get up there yet... I guess head east. Nope, can't... Right, yeah, there's... God, what... I will attempt to path towards any of the movement abilities I am missing so I can progress. Already got that. It's not all the way at the bottom then? We got over there. I guess I'm going to double check all those side passages to the right, because I know at least one of them I couldn't do right now, but I want to double check if that's the case for all of them or not, or if I just got distracted and went and did something else. I don't know if you can nail random enemies or not. I feel like I remember that you could for some at least, but maybe only some. Yeah, this is gonna lead me to the bend. So is there a way up through here? I guess it's worth hitting that bench regardless, just to get the refresh, but... Okay, so that's a transition, so that would be... there. Can I go over this way? Nope, there's a block over there. Understood, so that's... that. I bet the one above is the one that needed the super long, that needs the, needed the dash power. Money. I love money. Ow. Drop between a nail and a sharp place. Only some of these guys have dialogue, I forgot. But hey, I'll take it. A Wanderer's Journal is a Wanderer's Journal. Money is nice to have. I think I also turned the game back up a little bit. So I turned it down when my mic was lower, but I have raised it up a bit so I can probably close this gap somewhat. Make sure that I'm still clear above it, but that you can hear on the stream more of the good music in this video game. Bit of a waste, but... get fucked. Another thing I hear people talk about with regards to other Souls a lot that I never quite internalize, and that is that it's not really worth it to have a health bar that is, in at least one sense, to have a health bar that is like multiple of your, you know, whatever, however much your Estus heals, because then you'll need a window that has multiple heals to actually take advantage of it, and like probably you won't get that, especially in like late game bosses. Right, yeah, this is what was blocking me from going this way. I don't know if I'm explaining the thinking as well as I could be, but just that if you need to use multiple heals, or it probably isn't worth it to have a health bar such that it takes multiple Estises to fill it, when you can instead have, you know, more attack power and not need a multiple heals window to actually get yourself back to full. So if I can't do that, resting grounds are done. I could explore that stuff from the crossroads. I guess the mine, probably, which is I think up here, is probably what it wants me to do next. Like some of this stuff, I know that long passage there definitely requires the big dash, but like maybe some of this other stuff doesn't. And the deepness is basically done for now. Well, actually, that tram... I'm not taking that... No, I did take that tram. Right? I took that tram part way, and it got me in this area down here, which I don't remember what it is. So I do actually need to go back down there at some point, but I feel confident in saying that the mine is what I should be tackling next. Unfortunately, quite a ways to go from here, but hey, I'll get there. Especially a long ways to go if I keep farming every enemy on the way, but I want both money and soul. I guess I no longer need soul, but I want money. This is not a good time to be standing up, honey. Can you please lay down, baby? I know you like to be sitting, but you are sitting somewhere where it blocks my view, and I need to see. I also need to take some pills. I'm going to pause for a second. I know the Abyss is down there, but below the city, but I think there's something else before that. I just don't remember what the area is called. If you look all the way around the Colosseum and can't see Colosseum of Fools and can't see the fool, then you're the fool. Mine is what I said, but I need to get to a tram first. I only need the money from those guys, but it's actually let me look at my journal. What am I actively farming here? More of these dipshits. I guess I do need to kill 8 more of these guys if I want to complete this. I do support crimes against kings. Oh, am I full of Geo? Damn. Oh no, you can get above. Yeah, you can have 1,000. Never mind. It being exactly at 999 made me think, oh, I'm full. I need a bigger wallet. Oh, it has marked the trees. Really nice. I wasn't sure if that was an automatic mark or not, so I guess I do need to go over there later. Let's... Stag station across the city is what we're gonna do. I ain't walking if I can... Why walk when you can ride, as they say. I may not be a Morrowind fan, but some NPC barks are good, as it turns out. I do need to turn the game down slightly. Bear with me as I do that. Okay. That's slightly. Okay. It's below this, but whatever. I think I remember this collection quest in particular being a pain because of all the jumping and spikes. Never gets old luring these guys intentionally or otherwise into the spikes. Like I said, it's rarely been intentional. It's usually just been accidental, but it's still funny either way. Mean. Can you pogo off these? Is that... Oh, you can. I'm not sure that there's anything I've missed by forgetting that you can do that, but I will try to keep that in mind, because there probably are some places in the world that I could take advantage of that. Not the general mechanic of pogoing off spikes, but pogoing off those ones specifically. Okay. So I know abstractly it can be done, but it's a matter of not remembering which ones let you do it and which ones don't work. And you can also just test it, which is a nice thing to remember. Like, you don't need to risk it all. You can just, but you can hear these speak afterwards, too. Because you can just kind of, like, pogo from the side on these, you don't even need to necessarily risk a death, like, by jumping directly on them like I just did. You can also just, you know, test that shit out. Okay. If I wanted to go to the mines... I don't know what checkpoint that is. I think Forgotten Crossing. You have to be really careful using that technique, though, because you do need to not miss your swings to do that safely. And as always, if you miss even one swing, you are deceased, so... Yeah, you. I think those locations do, like, roughly correspond to the world map, so you can remember it that way, but I find that I'm usually not great at remembering, that by location. I remember it by, I better remember them by name. See you later, man. So, one transition up and to the right. I'll try that one first, and I'll try the one below it. Oh no, one more to the right. I think, yeah. And I can also see tragedy unfolding. Ah. I could have gone here a minute ago. Fuck. Well, I did literally miss it, but I did see the thing up there. Oh, is this just the, okay, neat. Wait, how have I not... I'm confused, but I'll worry about that in a second. Let me focus on getting, Let me focus on kicking this guy's ass, I guess, is what I'm saying. Okay, that's that. Okay. I see. I understand how the world is put together now. Anything? No, just this. Okay, I'll take some soul, but don't technically need that. I also don't really need the elevator anymore either. I guess I should also mentally keep track. I think I need 2 more badges in order to unlock that last charm purchase from what's-her-name, but I could be wrong. Could be 1. It's at least, or it's at most 2. I remember the, like, second form of the boss that is at the end of this area from the Pantheon specifically, and I don't remember what his original fight or his second fight are like in the first place. But I remember that being a spicy Pantheon fight for me every time, and I assume there are ways I could learn to make it less troublesome, but I will need to learn them again. come back when I have the super dash. I could start marking those areas, I guess, but I don't know. I'm enjoying just kind of fucking around and finding stuff whenever I find it. There's not that much that I've been, like, you know, actively... I mean, there is stuff I probably could go back to that I have not, but there is enough to do at any given moment that I don't feel like I'm particularly, like, left behind by that. Also, marking stuff is a pain, and I don't want to do it, so... I wonder when you get the double jumps. I know you get the super dash in this area. I just don't remember when you get the jump. It's possible I need to go figure that out before I finish this area, but I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Bitch. Don't fuck with me. It's really fun just beating the shit out of bosses with that spell. Thought you were dead. Fuck. I really don't want to push into a new area when I'm actively fighting an enemy if I can avoid it. Fuck. No! Worst outcome. I guess I really should put that, I'm getting given continual reminders that I should, have the compass on, probably. There is a way to kill these guys, I just don't remember what it is. They are definitely mostly obstacles, but I would swear there's a way to kill them. Jesus. Hey, boys. I'm gonna find my way back to the bench and put on that compass that I keep complaining about so I can learn things. That or, I don't know, keep progressing, either way. If I have to pick between one of those, I take the spell one, because like getting this is useful generally. What else what do I do with my... You know what, sure. Let's put on full navigation kit, since we are in fact navigating. When I get to a boss again, I can swap to full kick boss's ass kit. Trisha baby, you are doing the thing where you stand in front of the TV again. Can you not do that? Lay down, please, hon. Okay, that's the key I need, I'm pretty sure, for another store thing, but I will find that out for sure the next time I go back to Dirtmouth. Trisha baby, I cannot see the TV behind your face. I'm sorry, I know you love to look at it. I just would love a little distance from you, that's all. She doesn't understand. She thinks I'm being mean to her for no reason. I do my best to explain, but she does not know what words are. Well, she knows... I think she vaguely knows what no means, and she knows her own name, and maybe a couple other things, but words generally she does not know.
Nah, me no bis. Anamatu churo namen. Anamatu churo namen.
Trisha is leaving. Receiving repeated notices that I should have the double jump. I am still hopeful I don't actually need it here, but we'll see. Yummy. This kind of gimmick is one I love in, well, a lot of games generally, but just wait in line until you're safe as a thing is fun. Nice. Bug mech. I should end this first. Should still get most of the soul from it, but still. Nice to give yourself every advantage going into a new section. Especially when we were approaching boss fight 2, if I'm not mistaken. The crystal dude. Ow. I guess approaching in at least a vague sense is objectively true. It's more a question of how quickly am I approaching that guy. So I know I'm working my way towards him. I know you fight him at the conclusion of this area. It's just a matter of how quickly, and also do I need to wait until I come back later to actually have that fight? Because I, again, don't remember. This seems like a second fight room. Nice. I forgot which button that is. So it's not S. It's a keyboard button. Okay. Is it? Okay. It's just the other trigger. That's the sensible thing to make it. Yes. Now we can really get cooking in various areas. That's also a good conceit of like, hey, you remember this area that you had to work hard to get through? What if you just dash through it now? It's a good, like, you know, player reward thing of like, here's your emotional and like mechanical payoff for this. I remember the nice thing about this power too is it's like one of the most obvious, like to a degree you can like, you know, spot like what an exit expects of you that you haven't completed yet, like especially if you know, are you actually using the badges to mark shit. But the ones that want the super dash are some of the most obvious ones, so it's really nice and when you come back later to be like, oh yeah, here's a big, you know, horizontally laid out room, I bet that's it. And just, you know, come through there. Like, there's several in this area, of course, and like there's also a bunch I know I've left behind in other areas, and like it's very convenient to just look at the shape and be like, yep, that's one of them. Trisha baby came back and I had to push her across the desk and she was upset at me, but she will live. Now, will I live is the more important question, perhaps. I'm not sure. Let's get our map updated. Nice. I guess going to that bench down there at some point is also worth my time, but let's get these side paths first. Let's not burn all of our health on Trisha baby. Please don't be in front of the monitor. Where are you trying to go? I think she's focused on like those dust motes to the right side of the screen. Darling, all I want you to do is not be sitting up there. Is that fine? You can still be nearby. You can be laying near me, and I'm petting her. I'm scratching her behind her ear. I can give her so much attention, and she'll complain if it's not the right kind, because she's a spoiled little brat. You don't know what those words mean, so I can say them to you, and you won't be upset. Still need the jump to get up there. Really love using that power to get around. It's so much fun. Fuck. I think you can climb that if you're fast, but I guess we'll find out. If you want to do like that, yeah. Oh, that doesn't achieve anything for you. Well, it was worth trying. Also, immediately, you know, again, like good like mechanic designs, like. Okay, you had all your free rooms with this power. Now actually do some platforming with it. Learn your mastery. I don't know. Again, not particularly novel game development thoughts, but Hollow Knight is good at a lot of that stuff, and it's fun to note it as I pass by that stuff. Fighting these guys is also annoying. Unless you do that, in case it becomes less annoying very quickly. I wanted to hit them with an aerial up attack, but they were not in a position to do it, really. Yeah, I figured there's something out that was too easy. I should go visit the Grubfather at some point. I know he has something for you when you get all of them, but I think even at like checkpoints before that, he gives you shit. And I have not visited him once, so there's probably something there from my time. Fuck. I will try to remember to do that the next time I'm at a fast travel point. We Bloodborne now? Oh, this is, No, I didn't mean to kill him immediately. Anything new for me?
Bapanada.
I like that. I really appreciate that amount. Like, I like giving you ones that that are specifically just for your use as the player, but I also like all the auto mark ones. As someone who like would not have patience to mark all that shit thoroughly.
Oh, whoop-oh. Patmas, Gio.
Finally.
Patmas, Gio.
I don't really want either of these, but this is a good way to just force being done with the charm notch thing. Though I need to get more money, still. Oh, I should have just bought the elegant. Oh no, that's a simple key door. Fuck, where is he selling a simple key now? He's selling an elegant key, which is a different thing. But
Papasute. Papasute. Ecobas. Patmas, Gio.
okay, so that's a different thing. I should buy that at some point, but I think I also just need another simple key. Let me listen to everyone's thoughts real quick. Okay, so he knows in advance. Good. 'Cause I remember the fight with that boy. I know him. But I did not realize he had, or would talk about it early before actually remembering it. Corny is also a funny thing to call him. It's cute. What was I trying to do? What was I trying to remember to go back to? Oh, Grubfather. Where is Grubfather? Oh, there you are. Okay, I just walk there. That's not that bad. I might have to take a bio break soon, but let me do a little more exploring first. I love the dance they all do. Okay, it's just money at a time. I think there are a few like items as well, but as established, I do like money, so sweet. Alright, I should have to go buy that notch. I guess I should just do that next. I love that they all do the dance. It's so cute. Even the ones in the background. This game is so good. I guess there's no point dream nailing these guys. They have no thoughts in their heads. And that's fine. I love that for them. I lied. I'm gonna knock out the... Is that a thing? Is there something up here? Oh, there absolutely is. Let's do this first, and then do that last charm notch, and then I will take my bio break. Don't mind if I do. That'll work. Getting Geo in this room a lot easier with the grub collector thing. Still not at all worth your time, especially like once you're any part in the game further, but it's easier. I guess it's moved from like a complete waste of your time to not that much a waste of your time as long as you do it quickly while doing whatever else you're here to do. Oh, well. I didn't mean to fall off screen, but that should be fine. I was going to go back to the tree to double check and also get my message. Nice. Oh, do I have enough to talk to what's her name again? Also, I might. No, not yet. Okay, fair enough.
Ooh.
I will be right back. The bench is really making a great place to be right back in this game. Because the screen says be right back, and the video game that I'm playing also says be right back. It's neat. Trisha, darling, she's upset at me. Trisha. I don't know why she's as distressed as she is. Yeah, had to have him miss at some point. The thing about Trisha yelling for me right now is she's also doing it from across the apartment, so there's not much I can do to give her... Oh, no, she has found a way over to me. There's more I can do when she's near me. Trisha, baby. Do you want to come on the desk and lay down? She might want to do that, but she's going to take her time realizing that. Until then, I will move things around and prepare some space for her. Also, my phone has words to me. I'm seeing if they're important. No. I guess I already have enough, like, navigation powers to do some of the cleanup in previous areas. I just don't know if I want to really commit to that, because I don't want to get to areas that need different navigation powers than I have currently. But given that I am missing... At some point I'm going to need to do that to navigate, to find navigation stuff, so... There's only so much, waiting to do it all in one go I can get away with. No, damn it. Steered directly into spikes. Genius. Ah. I remember this guy taking me a lot the first time. I think, again, aggressive spell use will save me to an extent, but to an extent I am going to need to actually learn his patterns and fight him. Trisha, baby. Why crying at me from below the desk when you could just be on the desk and be near me? Alright. Why walk when you can fly? I actually did want that faster warp if I could. I guess I want to go a bit further over here first. Don't mind me. Baby, just lay down, honey. Y'all think I'm not shit, but little do they know I'm a Souls master. Do they both have the same thoughts? They might. Okay, well, goodbye. I guess I could cut these fights out separately like I did for Souls stuff, but I think I might not have the patience to do that for more games. Like, there's a bunch of work to do it for the Soulses, or for the official From Soulses, making sure that I had all the fights cut out. I think certainly not for a replay. Possible for some of the From or the Souls-likes I have not played and we'll get to possibly on the streaming quest are worth taking that time for, but I think not this. Too many of them have been first try clears, and those are always a little bit disappointing. What's over here? Bit of a waste of how much soul capacity I have right now, but... Oh, there's money up there. I see. Do continue to need that stuff, so... We can do that and then get back to learning the Moloch fight again. I think aggressive spell use is, again, always going to win the day. It's just a matter of, like, remembering when I need to be dashing to the side to avoid attacks. And also, fuck. Also, Jesus, what are words? Not getting smacked by his claw. There we go. We got there. I forgot that gets stronger too. Moloch was one of those fights I had like very solidly down at a point. Like especially once I had shade dash, which makes it a lot easier. Makes everything a bunch easier, honestly. There we go. There are probably more secrets in here, but there are no remaining paths, at least. So I guess, yeah, let's go up to Green Path and take a look there instead. So I know at some point in Green Path you learn how to swim, and I would love to know how to swim. Oh, we can also talk to the hunter while we're here. I forget how much dialogue you get from him before you've actually finished everything, but it's probably non-zero. And, you know, again, as long as I'm here looking for stuff I missed, talking to him again is not the worst idea. Ow. Fuck. Oh, okay. That works then. I also want to kill more of these guys for hunter reasons. Ow. So I'm not just trying to navigate to the hunter, I'm keeping an eye out for secrets I've missed that I can now do. So I'm going to be kind of like wandering a bit widely trying to figure out where that shit is. I remember you do get to see his face later. You might have to, I can't remember if you have to fight him or not. I think you do, but that's a problem for later me. Okay. So I guess just direct west from here, basically, will get me something, presumably. That's, I guess, one of the things I didn't realize, like, at the time was another, like, explicit, like, Souls framing reference of, you know, failed adventurers. I guess the only difference here is, like, these ones don't give you, money. Like, I guess some of them do, based on where they're located, but, like, the ones in, at least, Dark Souls 1 tended to give you money. But they also, you know, were a storytelling device of failed adventurers. Like in Dark Souls 1's case specifically, like specific guys with specific like gimmicks or, you know, things about them. I see. Very rusty on the timing for this shit. Not that rusty, I suppose. I guess I shouldn't have assumed you had to. Oh, yeah, because there were guys that were higher up. I think it's probably worth my time to do one of these, and then. Nope. absolutely worth it. Came in a little too hot on that one. Is this just the return path? Wait, which I can open a shortcut via, so it's worth going through here first. I guess I could have also dashed that, but whatever. Well, most of it. That block there is specifically there to stop you from dashing the whole thing. But it's fine, you can dash most of the thing. And then dash the rest of it. Yummy, yummy. Ah.
To sta focando.
I don't think I ever really used this, but it's nice to have it. I know you fight these guys eventually. I just don't remember when that happens. We have to find them in order. I don't remember. Hey, good to have him on the map at least for later. Well, I guess literally not, but you know what? Here, I will use my journal capabilities and mark this guy for later, because I know I'll be back. Having the wrong prompts is unfortunate, but at least it makes the game control correctly. Yeah, that was the same thing I just pressed. What is Z bound to? Is it bound to anything? It's A? Okay. I thought I would have tried that first, but I suppose I did not. Yeah. I will ideally remember that, what that means. Also this one, I suppose, too, because I know there's like some trigger event for like when you actually get to fight the Nail Masters, and I do suspect you have to fight them in order, but I don't know that for sure, and I will not. I'll find out when I find out. Okay, so right below this is another path I haven't done. I guess I could do Fog Canyon, but let me do the path below this, if possible. And I can try the upper path I haven't done yet, and then I can do Fog Canyon if both of those prove unfruitful, or if I, complete them, I suppose. Now. I see. I know I have a ways to go, and I'm just checking the map repeatedly just to make sure I know how far I've come. And that I don't end up missing the turn thinking I have not gone far enough. Hi, Trishy. I think I got used to the timing with the longer nail, so I'm a little bit off again. That probably was what kept me from going here. That wall jump, 'cause I'm reasonably certain I have not been back here since I learned how to wall jump. Up. Don't mind if I do. there then. Possibly from Fog Canyon. I'll poke around a bit more to see if there's a thing I can do here, and if I can't, I can't, and then I will simply come back later. Or, you know, back into it from whatever area you meant to back into it from. Ow. Trained professional, close course, don't attempt at home. I did not expect that interaction. Oh, I think he just splattered on the wall. I thought one of them managed to hurt the other, but I don't think that's what actually happened. Would have been funny if it was, though. Again, just checking frequently to make sure I don't miss any shit. I guess I actually check my journal and see if I need to kill any more of these guys, because I'm assuming I do, but I don't actually know that to be the case. No, let's use the bench while we're here, just in case. So good at running into those projectiles still. Right. I think it's the first time I've fallen victim to one of those. This playthrough, I mean. Probably won't go too much longer. Kind of want to get to another boss at least, and I don't know, maybe dig up another navigation power like I've been trying to do. I'm gonna check this because this seems like a suspicious. Ah. Yes, I remember going through this one. Up here, immediately left. Well, I guess I can heal while I'm at it. So I have been in whatever this area is. I just don't have the map for it somehow. Well, we return to Map Quest 2025. God, where is the... Oh, I can go up here, which I couldn't before. I want to do the... I guess that's in the Spire, isn't it? I want to do the fight that's 5 guys. 5 roly-poly guys. That one was a fun one for me. Even if it was also very spicy. Or at least very spicy until I learned to be good at a multiple combatant fight. Let's take the other path real quick and then double back. Right, down. I see. You are nothing. Ow. Ancient Basin? Is that what this whole area is? Is that the name I've been forgetting this whole time? I see. Or it could be that. Well, my quest has not changed. My quest to have a map and learn anything about this area remains exactly the same. So if I get the map, get a fast travel point, and maybe get a boss done in this zone, I will be, I think, sated enough to end the stream on that. I think it won't take that much longer to accomplish those things, but we'll see. Well, there's one. Well, kind of. Still need to get to him, but I hear him, which is a start. Nice. Let's get that tree and that bench before I progress too much further this way. And, you know, whatever other things I find on the way, but... I might have enough to buy another mass fragment from Sly by the time I get back to Dirtmouth. Well, especially if I pick this fight, I will. Also, it's a route in going to see the seer, I suppose. Past it, yeah. Was not going to jump off a giant cliff until I was sure, knowing that this area just leads back into Dartmouth. Dirtmouth. I will keep saying Dartmouth accident, because it's too close to what this place is called. Sure, let's pick another fight.
To sta avvocando.
I like the little cutscenes with these.
Hele sommet.
I see.
Vam. Finne. Vam. Finne.
Oh, see you for your boss fight later. I'm trying to think if this is just a God Home thing. It could be, but I could have sworn they came up before that. But maybe they only show up when you are doing that quest path. Okay, so you slam down. It must be from that upper section then. I'm not sure where else it could be unless there's like a whole hidden path in that wall, which I suppose there could be, but it seems most likely that you meant to dive down from the area I was just in, so let's go over there and look just to be sure. It's always nice to have more passageways open. I did figure there was some stuff I was missing down the bottom floor here, but I mistakenly thought it was nothing that critical. I guess it might not be, but again, it is helpful to have unlocked passages, even if I could in theory live without it. No, if it's here, I would have passed it. I guess it could be that might be the return path of the area I was trying to get to anyways. Maybe that's it. Let's work under that theory for now. Nope, I do want to be in the room with him. Yeah, okay, it's 100% the return path then. Fuck. I need to be a little more aware of the spikes. She says as she jumps directly onto the spikes again. Oh right, this is the special area that's not just a cocoon, isn't it? No thoughts from me, Johnny? That's fine. Oh. Hello. It is a very peaceful place. Alright, there's still a tree over there I didn't actually see and should go look at. I should sit on the bench, but I think I'm done here. I just want to sit on the bench to be sure, and then I'll just jump down to Dirt Mouth. I had to think about it, see? I had to think about what I was going to say before I said it, just to be sure. Made the same mistake. Right, it's in here. Right, I remember now. Nice, that's all done as far as I can tell. Do you want to put on grub songs? That's a good use of my last charm slot, and one I might even keep on during boss fights. So, and the idea was you just, you know, learn to not get hit, but I found grub song was really helpful for just getting something back if I fucked up. And there are, I think, better things to put there, possibly even now, but of the things I have right now, I think it is a sensible use of my coins. Or charm slots, that one. Oh, I should have dashed from up there, shouldn't I? I don't know for sure if there's anything that you get by doing that, but... I'm gonna go up there and do that just to see if I obtain anything by it. I guess maybe I can find an unrelated passage that I don't think I've seen before. Which, hey, sure, man, yeah. Oh, nice, it's a kind of fast way up there, isn't it? I'm not punished for my transgressions as much as I could have been. I think there's an invisible wall up here somewhere, but you can at least... Okay, so you don't achieve anything at all by doing that. So I guess you skip the King's Pass, which is nice, but not a huge deal. Can I afford another mask from this guy? I think I can. No, I can't. Never mind. Let's get this so we can figure out what it's good for. Don't think I have anything more in the shop for me, but let's look just to be sure.
Bapanada.
Fair enough. Let's see. I need to talk to what's her name in the wrestling grounds. Possibly twice. I don't know what her next checkpoint is after 200. It could be 300. It may also be like 500 or something. So we'll find out. Thank you. Okay. Nice. Ooh. I gotta go get my nail. I wonder if I got another pale ore earlier without noticing. How many do I have? So I know I can get at least one nail upgrade, but I wanna... Okay, just the one. key for... Okay, so it's a key for the Soul Sanctum. Interesting. But I can at least get one upgrade, which is absolutely on its own worth my time. So I'm going to go do that, and then come back here. Where do I go for the upgrades again? No. No. Yes. I really could find out that sanctum thing while I'm here as well, but we'll get my nail upgraded first, even if it's kind of annoyingly out of the way, because as it turns out, it's nice to have a stronger weapon. And then yeah, I might just come straight back here to get the whatever thing I get with the key. I don't remember. I imagine it might get you into the spire. It also might be... Actually, where it is... I don't know. It could either be part of getting into the spire, which I would believe, or it could be part of some other side quest. I suppose we will find out. Where am I? Oh, I went the wrong way. I need to go south, didn't I? I guess maybe it's less of a pain than I thought, if I can just dash through it. Damn. I guess I am grinding. Well, alright, let's do Soul Sanctum and then this, I guess. There were probably other places to grind, but what if I didn't, because it was boring? I will fight whatever is on my way, but I will not grind on its own, because it is boring to do that. I think the dash can get you into more places in the city I've not been before, so that is probably also worth doing while I'm here, but one unsolved mystery at a time. This way, because this is likely to lead me to the boss fight that I wanted, which would be my trifecta of actually finishing shit. And, you know, finding a good note to end the stream on. very satisfying to navigate through places with that once you get it. It's really long, like, annoying areas to get through, suddenly very quick all of a sudden. I don't remember where the key in here even is, but I suppose I know it's in here because of I read the text on the item, but it's a matter of where. I'm going to have to, you know, wander to actually find where it goes. Or not wander that far, as it turns out. Pays to pay attention to the map and notice suspicious looking zones. Don't need to be that aggressive. Damn. Well, I found the second Soul Warrior fight, so that's nice. Just need to win it now. Which, hey, might be a nice way to get 800 Geo for my sword upgrade. Boop, boop. Rookie mistake. Should have sent the elevator down. But really, there's, I guess, two schools of thought there that I definitely heard. There is always send the elevator down when you die, and there is also assume you're going to win and never send the elevator down, which I do respect, even if I don't always live up to that ideal. No, one of those fights where it's such a pain to find a safe heal. You really need to clear the field and make sure you, like, cross the full screen to have a safe one. Otherwise, nope. I wasn't sure what made those glisten, and I guess the answer is it is having not read them. I thought it might be like it only glistened if you needed the map or something, but no, it is simpler than that. Come on, man. Shade, you couldn't have made it easier for me. Wasn't that bad. I might lose the fight because of it, but fuck. I need to try a little bit harder than this. In my defense, he's kind of hanging on the left side of the screen in a way that's really awkward. Fuck. Had to open my big fat mouth, didn't I? Oh, what is my boss setup then? So it doesn't involve those two. couldn't hurt, but... Sorry, an eyelash got into my eye. I was trying to pick it out. I feel like this is the winner here of these of what I've got. I could, in theory, run this, but check. I'm gonna check my phone real quick for several things, but some charm stuff is part of it. Did I not unlock quick slash? I thought I had. Plus I just saw it on the wiki and thought I had it. I think I might not have most of the spells for the really good, like, aggressive spell build. Like, Shaman is, I think, I was told, is the most important by far, so that's sad. But I think the rest of these, I don't have the rest of the ones that you would want for this. Which is fine. I don't really need that stuff for when I'm doing Pantheon shit. It is just nice to practice with the setup earlier and, you know, receive the benefits of beating the boss, beating the asses of various bosses. Which I already have gotten, to be fair, but it's just nice to see, like, what it really looks like when it is working effectively. Nice of me that time. Trying to just play aggressive with spells, but for that to pay off, I need to hit him and not be hit every time I cast a spell. I think I could have done better. It's also possible this is not a great boss, at least with my misunderstanding of his patterns, to do that shit on, but... This might be my last boss for tonight. We'll see. Fuck, I've gained hiccups again. Hate this. Thanks, bud. Really looking out for me. Like, I know they hate me at this point, they're not obligated to be nice, but they could also be less mean, is the thing. Although it's insanely risky, and I was in fact punished for it. I'm gonna be so happy when I get Shadow Dash again. You might not get that until you go into like the pit, I'm pretty sure actually, which I guess does not change that I'm allowed to be excited about getting it, but also it's gonna be a minute. Will Shade be nice to me this time? Nope. Couldn't have been 1 pixel farther over, right, bud? Did not pay enough attention to where I was on screen for that one. Fuck, forgot I could do that. Motherfucker. Really even the worst of both worlds, where I'm not getting any killing opportunities and I'm also not getting any good spells in. So I'm doing nothing with my soul whatsoever. And I'm just getting my ass beat. God, I need to win this fight. I will not be at peace until I do. I thought he had 1 less health than he had. Thanks, bud. Fuck. Please stop doing that. I guess actually that was the answer, wasn't it? Stop trying to use the really strong spell that requires very specific positioning and instead use a different spell that is really easy to hit him with and may not do as much damage, but is more than none, which is what I was getting. Sweet. Yay! Oh, that's a different thing. Never mind. So I saw Shade and thought the thing I wanted, which is not what it was, but... I mean, that'll be good in exactly that kind of fight that I was just in, I suppose. Also, I want that soul. I'm going back up for it. Yeah, I wish I had thought of that earlier in that fight. It was like, I should be using my other spell. The one that's good for this kind of scenario. Okay, well, it was a fun sojourn. Still need to find a goddamn simple key. I'm gonna poke around above the middle of the city a bit more and see if I learn anything new. And then maybe pick a new place to go. I could end on that boss fight, I suppose, but now that I've gotten it, I kind of actually want to double or nothing. Actually, no, let's call it. Let me get myself back to a bench, and now we'll wrap. And I'll put my navigation gear back on, just to be nice to future me. Actually, no. I've changed my mind a third time. I want to get my sword. I went through all that trouble to find the pale ore. I want to... Oh, I know. I'll go to the shop. I just drop down this one. Yes, but not all the way. I will sell my goods. I will turn that into... Oh fuck, I should have actually moved the I do actually need to reset my charms to the navigation set also, is the thing. Let's do this to get money. I'll go upgrade my sword.
Son Gian. Velmi Arcus. Velmi Arcus. Velmi Arcus. Warber's son Gian. Velmi Arcus. Gachael Liasok. Velmi Arcus. Gachael Liasok. Velmi Arcus.
1993, a good year.
Velmi Arcus. Velmi Arcus. Velmi Arcus. Oh, Paul. Helmadilka.
Damn. I need to actually press the button, not just hold it.
Ranjo Stenja. Junsha. Garadel Akari. Vendazu.
Nice. Oh, I am backtracking badly. I didn't realize how much I was depending on the compass. That's the thing, right? The compass is very helpful, but then you resent its absence and are much worse at navigating when you don't have it, at least in my experience. Nope, I will one day discover the secrets of that bridge, but not today. I wonder if that counts as killing them or not. Now that I think about it. One would hope, but... Neat. Did I use the red marker for here? Oh, I was marking the sages, right? Kind of unnecessarily, but just trying to remember where they were for when I'm allowed to fight them.
Bapanada.
Let's see. It's more Crystal Peak. I'm not sure if I can do it yet, though. I think you do need the double jump. There. Oh, I might be able to get. Let's see if we can do the Coliseum. I'm happy to end on the Coliseum. No take backsies if I can get to it. What is the easiest way to get to the spot you need to be for that, though? I guess either King's... Yeah, those are basically equidistant. Let's do King's Station, just because... Oh, fuck. Oh. We'll have to watch one more cutscene than was strictly necessary. Woe is me. I wish it marked which one of these had extra text once you unlocked it, just to make it easier to read them. So I guess in one sense, and on one hand, just pay attention after you get the icon on screen, but when they bunch up like that, like on the way to something else, it's easy to forget which ones I've got and which ones I haven't. Yeah, there's only a few areas like this. I think there's another climb space like this, if I remember correctly, that you can do in a similar manner. I also might actually be able to might have been able to go up the other way to the Colosseum, honestly, and I should do that to see what else I can achieve that way, but oh right, I can just do this. Okay, so it is like right below. I guess it's possible you are explicitly meant to go on the outside route, which means this is kind of pointless, but hey, good excuse to practice climbing for when the game actually does want me to do it. And oh, there it is. Okay, wonderful. I'm a fool. Hey, buds. Oh, that's where your thing warps if you lose, right? Your shade. Where is... There we go. That's what I wanted. Bugs being very murdered, I see. Any of you have thoughts you'd like to share? We're all full. I mean, kind of, in a way. We're all fools. It's not all there is to know about it, but... All fools, saints, sinners, kings and queens, peasants, etc. Things of this nature. Fisher baby, why are you trying to lay on top of things? Sorry, I'm scratching my leg. Suppose it's worth saving soul for fights that are harder, but I'm not that worried at this stage. Perhaps I should be, but there would be another one hiding over here too. Nope. I think after this trial, I will go back to the bench and just put on the proper boss fighting kit. Because I'm not gonna have to, you know, have trouble navigating it back to this. All right. Whoops. Dumbass. I guess ring outs are fair play, aren't they? This fight I remember being fond of. Mostly because it was pleasing to learn all the patterns and how. This is true, I guess, of literally every fight in the game, but this is one of the first ones where I understood it well enough to like never drop it, to never get hit. And you know, that the first time has a unique charm to it. Can't remember if these are I know a bunch of these enemies are just Colosseum unique, but I'm trying to remember which ones aren't. I know it could have in theory seen somewhere else. Alright, get one off the field and then this becomes a lot easier. Not free, but easier. Or simply get both of them low and kill one and then the other. That also works. Hello. Yeah, I remember liking all of the trials a lot, the Colosseum stuff. It's why I was excited to get here as soon as I could. Also, welcome to the chat. I need to change my... well, need is a strong word. I'm going to change my navigation and combat loadout to just the, combat, since I'm just going to be doing Colosseum shit for a minute. Let's take you and you. It's actually... well, here, I'll keep you on then, and... what was I wearing? I mean, couldn't hurt, but... you. No, not you. Not you, not you. You. Put thorns on, could put... would love to have... Mark of Pride's too expensive. I wouldn't mind having long nail on, but... yeah, sure. Okay. I only have one. Wait, no, I have none rare ore on me, right? Yeah. Okay. I did glance at where the rare ores are when I was looking at the wiki for other stuff, but as is my way, I remembered none of it. I will just stumble across it as I do stuff that gives you that. Ow. Nice try. Risky, but not punished. I need to be a little more careful. She says as she immediately runs into a guy. Ow. You know what? Sure. Take the opportunity of them being over there to get some heals in. Ow. Ah, fuck. I saw it coming. I thought I could get the heal in fast enough. Fuck. I'm a genius. See? I'm a genius. Trying to get one of them off the field so I can heal. Never mind. I don't remember the Colosseum fights nearly well enough to remember when the actual safe spots or safe times to heal are. Can I pay to open the third one? Okay, never mind. Not right now, I guess. Trisha, no honey. My cat is trying to crawl under the monitor again for reasons known only to her, and it's very distracting. Damn, almost. My excuse for getting hit by so many of these is it is late and I've been playing a lot of this game already, but a lot of this is very embarrassing damage. Whatever. The game doesn't care how clean it is as long as I get through it. I made the same mistake, thinking I could get a last heal off and being wrong. There we go. Damn, almost got away with it. I don't think it's even a timing thing. I think I just need to react a little bit faster after the heal and I would have been fine. Oh god, let's get you off the field if we all can, and then I deal with these dipshits. We're having Linux exciting graphics issues. We might just lose this run because of it. Oh no, it's fine now. I am streaming this on Linux, and it's mostly been fine for games I've played, including this one, but sometimes it instead isn't fine. Sorry if it looks awful to watch. I see it's also not here. Give me a second to fix this shit. I've had to just restart the run. That's unfortunate, but I will live. Yeah, whatever. How did I fix this last time when this exact thing happened? Yeah, bear with me while I figure out how I make it show up again. Sorry, it's too late for me to coherently explain this, but the game is still fine on my end, though the graphic stuff was also happening to an extent. But now it is not updating the capture with stuff moving. And I had this same thing happen on the first stream, and I fixed it. And I don't exactly remember how, but I will fiddle with it until it is fixed. You. Alright, and we hope that doesn't happen again. Now I'm getting like a visible delay in control, which is not quite going to work. Oh no, mates. No, it's fine there. I see it's no longer fine on the stream. I'm going to once again do this and that. Oh. That seems better. Okay. I will hope that I don't have weird graphical issue halfway through again, but I felt pretty up to that Coliseum challenge. Like, without the game interfering, I can win. Oh, I could also have go in with one more heart, but whatever. I think I'll live being down one mask. Need to not wait directly on top of the spawn to try that shit. Oh, I think I am still having some lag, which is not ideal. It's fine. I will simply play it out and not die. It'll be fine. It was fine a second ago, and then it stopped being fine. No, it's not fine on the stream again, but I know how to fix that now. I simply do this, and then I do this, and now it's on the stream again. Trisha's once again trying to move across my desk. Baby, please. My cat gets upset when I am playing video games late into the night and not going to bed and letting her curl up on the bed. But I got to the Colosseums, and I want to run the Colosseum, so she will have to deal with it. I maintain that if I don't play badly because of my own fault, and don't play badly because of game lag, I will win this Colosseum fight. Alright, that feels much more responsive and good. I need to save a little bit of juice for a heal. What if I didn't, though? What if I just went all spells all the time? Surely there'd be no consequences for this. Fuck, I thought they'd be dead after that one. I'm getting lots of kills from my spell-heavy setup. You need to stop saying I'm gonna save money for, or save souls for heals and actually do it, or I'm going to die. Fuck. God, please don't lag now. Okay. Everything's fine. I'm normal now. I am calm and cool and jumping off to my death, but I am collected. Nope, not there, please. Okay, we're in a much more stable place. You, up here. Nice job. Oh, that's mean. I forgot they did this. Not mean in a bad way. I love a mean trick in a Souls game, but I'd forgotten. These guys are, in theory, a good healing opportunity if I wasn't getting eaten up by not being careful enough. Fuck. I just need to be a little more patient and, like, find an opening to heal, but I'm terrible at being patient. It's my worst trait as a Souls player. Whatever. The game didn't decide to intervene with graphical issues that time, and I got farther. I will simply have to get farther. Oh, fuck. Nope, 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 nope. Damn. Okay. Over here. Yes. Right, I made the same mistake. Don't know why I jumped into it. Let's see if we can, well, off to a great start, but I was gonna say, let's see if I can have a cleaner run this time. Fuck. I was trying to get a spell cast off, but I should have committed. Definitely want to come out of this mini phase with a full health bar if I can manage it. Jury's out on if I can manage it, but I'm glad you can just trick him into doing that every time without even really it being much effort. What if I yelled at him a lot? Ow. Sure. That worked out. Yep. Fuck. I thought I could get a hit in and then heal. Yeah, I need to see what my cat is up to one moment. Not sure, actually. No. Jumping on my couch, apparently. Hi, Fishy. I was talking about you, hon. Right, well, why don't you come over here and lay down? Baby. Hi. I might time gate myself on this, so I'm going to keep having attempts that get close but don't get there. Maybe call it another hour at the high end. I already shouldn't be playing this late, but I have already started, and I want to see if I can swing this before I go to bed. We'll just keep making that same mistake, apparently. It's fine. We already established earlier tonight, even though this is not a learning from your mistakes type of stream. I'm not that kind of player. I love making the same mistakes over and over again. Probably, again, wasting soul to use it like that, but whatever. It got me through the phase. That's exactly the setup I was hoping for. Not free at this point by any means, but significantly nicer. I was actually remembering the little versions of these guys that just show up in the world at some point and trying to remember when that is. I guess it might be after you get all 3 dreamers down. But I don't quite remember. It has been a minute since I played this game. That is, in fact, the whole premise of this stream series. It has been a minute since I played Hollow Knight. Oh boy. Every time I do badly in this replay, it's because I'm rusty. Every time I do really well, it's because I never rusted at all. I really want to farm more soul off that guy, but whatever. Fuck. It's fine. God, catching those guys for the Coliseum must be a task and a half. Of all the things they have to catch for the Coliseum, like those especially feel like they'd be awful. I do actually need to farm off these guys too is the thing. Trisha, baby, pick a side, hun. Move. I really think my only good solution to that, to this bit specifically, is just spam spell as fast as I get it and hope for the best. Just lay down, Trishy. I knew that was risky. Fuck. Keep forgetting how long it is, and also I keep thinking I'm almost there as a consequence. That felt more almost there than the last time at least, but... Rude. Hey, fucker, get over here. Can I actually pay to unlock the last one? Let's find out. Apparently not. This is it. 3rd time's the charm. Or 4th time, however many times it is. I like that you can farm like Hunter's Journal completions off this. Well, I guess not even farm, like those are, because those are Coliseum specifics, I'm sure of it. But like stuff that is not necessarily Coliseum specific, you can also farm here, I'm pretty sure. Aha, that time I was fast enough. rude. Fuck, I thought I was out of range. Some healing. We take some easy to avoid damage. We do some more healing. Damn, that is unfortunate. Means I missed out on farming some soul. So is that, I suppose, is just taking a hit I didn't need to. Whatever, we'll be fine. Man is determined to make sure I never get a full recharge of soul from him. It's his mission in life to jump off the platform instead of fighting me. Let's see if we can avoid getting fucked up by the grub mimic this time. We're at a 0 for whatever success rate, but maybe this time. Alas. Need a better opening to this bit of the fight. That'll work. Please let me at least damage boost through them if I'm going to take that much damage. It's a really awkward place for them to be in. Oh boy. Worst of all possible worlds, missing the spell and also not getting a heal off. Sure, I was aiming for a side spell there, but that will work. Yeah, I knew that was a risky idea. I was panicking. Is the old Souls lesson about you gotta not... I don't know why I'm tempted to frame everything as like a broader thing than it has to be, but simply gotta not be scared. Simply gotta, you know, find your healing windows and get through it. Could have done this any time. Whoops. Fuck. At least I caught myself before the bottom that time. Trying to get too clever because I wanted to not spend a spell there, and I wanted to charge up more. That could have been very bad if the timing had been a little bit different. Said it was only a little bit bad. Let's calm down, get our heals in, get our swings in. Well, we got what we could out of him. I could have spared like a spell there if I really wanted to, but didn't really need to. Oh, come on. You robbed me of my heal. I had that. It's fine. I can get 2 here. I think you can't break until the animation finishes. Alright, I misread that as being anything that what besides a dash. Fully healed, love to see it. Yeah, man. Let me beat the shit out of you like that? Alright. Going into that with full spell energy makes it a lot cleaner. Thank you. Should be most of their health. He got caught on the platform, little cheap, but hey. Don't gotta be fair. Another Coliseum exclusive. You want to farm off them to an extent. Make one of you dead as soon as I can. Top priority. Fuck. That's like the finish line too, I'm sure of it. Oh. I think I'm like way flagging though, so let's call it like one more good try. And then either I get it or we do this next stream. Enter with style. I need to not be that careless entering the fight. Shade Dash, I miss you so much. I miss you every day, Shade Dash. I was gonna take some damage getting out of that pretty much regardless, I think, but at least I minimized it. Get some heals in. Get some unheals in. Oh boy. Oh. I had a heal window if I had pressed the button again a little bit faster. Nice. You know what? Sure. Let's all calm down and think about what we've done. Okay. You know what? Sure. Again. I'm not out of it yet, even though that was a major flub. That's pretty good soul farming out of that guy, considering what it's been like. Oh, come on. I know I'm out of phase, but I thought I would have pulled through a bit better than that all the same. Nice. Again, messy but serviceable. They make you get off the platform. Fair enough. I keep forgetting the momentum those guys have. And if it's consistent, I'll take it. Overcorrected. I was fine. I was remember that you can technically pogo off the bottom. Like, I don't expect I'll save myself that way because my pogoing is not that good. But I could, in theory, save myself by bouncing off the bottom of this arena. Fuck. There. That's a window. Well, undid one of the pips, but hey, still better than nothing. Okay. This phase wasn't that bad. You want to come back up here, bud? Okay, you can hang out down there too if you want. I think I can afford one of those and still have full soul for the... Well, not if I do that, I can't. There we go. Right. I'm forgetting that my side spell is just by far my better spell at this point until I earn really good scream or whatever the fuck it's called. It's probably called Really Good Scream. That's probably what they would name it. Fuck. Hell yes! Yeah, I'll do the third one next stream. Wonderful. We can at least unlock the next one also. Alright, I'm going back down to the bench, saving and quitting, and calling the stream until Friday, where I'll be playing Rayman Legends, all of the Origins levels. Or Rayman Legends Origins. Hollow Knight, still really good. Looking forward to playing it more next week. And hopefully I won't have graphical issues pop up again. We've been 1 for 1, but it's been at least manageable so far. But fingers crossed it just stops happening at all. Alright, I am passing out. Goodbye.